from Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas. CSN Houston brings you Houston Astros baseball. Tonight, the Astros open a 3-game weekend series against the first-place team in the American League Central Division, the Detroit Tigers. Good evening, everybody. Bill Brown and Alan Ashby along with Julia Morales. Welcome back, partner.
Hey, good to be back. Thanks, Brownie, and it was a nice few days.
And during those few days, the Astros lost the first two, then they won the third game from Atlanta. Now they face a team in the Detroit Tigers with a 7-game winning streak.
Talent-wise, on paper, I think the Detroit Tigers are as strong as anybody in all of Major League Baseball. And you can go through some of the guys that just kind of tag along, but then they've got Miguel Cabrera, who is probably unquestioned the best hitter in Major League Baseball here in recent years. Victor Martinez putting up a terrific year, leading the league in slugging and second in OPS. They've got Justin Verlander, former Cy Young Award winner. Max Scherzer, last year's Cy Young Award winner. And they've got Anibal Sanchez, last year's ERA king. So they've just got a load of talent on this club.
And they have built a 4.5-game lead after falling out of first place in the AL Central. They have the best road record in the majors, 24-13, and they've won their first 6 games on this road trip. And you see they've done very well offensively in those various categories in the American League. They have the 2013 AL MVP in Cabrera and the Cy Young Award winner from last year in Scherzer, and a lot of other star power. Some of these guys like Torrey Hunter kind of get lost in the woodwork with all these guys who hit so well. But for the Astros now, how do they win a series from Detroit? Well, you take it one game at a time. First of all, you're facing Verlander tonight, but they did have a good offensive game yesterday, and they've got Altuve leading off today because Dexter Fowler was scratched from the lineup with a stiff back.
The Astros, no doubt, have been offensively challenged recently. They've had their stretches, though, where they've been really good with the bats. Jose Altuve being the kind of the main leader. But John Singleton has been inserted in this batting order now and really has shown the promise of being quite good. Matt Dominguez, a long stretch of an offer, breaks out with a home run, and he's hit a number of them. George Springer now 15 home runs already as he continues to slam the long ball and provide great excitement and energy on this ball club.
Coming up in the swing, John Singleton is getting back into the swing of things after a tough adjustment to the big leagues. How is he feeling about his progress so far? Julia Morales tells us what John feels he could be doing better when we return. Comcast Sportsnet's presentation of Houston Astros baseball is presented by Jack in the Box. Head to Jack in the Box for the new Jalapeno Ranch or BBQ Ultimate Cheeseburgers at participating restaurants.
Sportsnet. The Astros starting a new series with a new team here. Detroit Tigers in town, and they have been hot, playing some good baseball. It's going to be a challenge to cool them down with Justin Verlander on the mound. First baseman John Singleton told me earlier today that the key will be carrying that momentum from yesterday's win, especially offensively. They built some there. He's been with the big league club about a month now, but still trying to figure some things out, and was recently in a tough slump, but broke out of it a bit against the Braves. He's had a good couple of days with some well-hit balls, even going the other way. We saw that. And he hit in the 3 spot yesterday. Bo Porter trying to break up the lefties in the lineup. He went 2 for 4 with an RBI double there. And he said, just like we heard George Springer say not too long ago, that he's trying to slow things down, slow the game down, and trying to make adjustments as he's learning how pitchers are pitching to him. Tonight he's going to face Justin Verlander for the very first time. And although he's never faced him, he's definitely heard about what Verlander can do on the mound. And for him, he said the key would not to be over anxious, just wait for your pitch. But when a guy's challenging you with a fastball, that can be really exciting for a guy like John Singleton. That's the pitch he wants to see. Coming up, he and the Astros get ready to take game 1 of this 3-game series. They get a chance to measure up against some of the best players and one of the best teams in the American League. Can the Young Guns grab Miggy's Tigers by the tail? Lineups and first pitch are straight ahead.
Future. But when the Astros go crystal ball gazing, they might see the 2014 Detroit Tigers. With a 2-time MVP, multiple Cy Young winners, and tough, experienced talent at almost every position, they are everything the Astros hope they can become. This weekend, the young Stros find out where they stand now and how far they need to go to reach that championship dream. The battle for the future begins tonight. And the Astros and Tigers get set for game 1 of this 3-game series. The Astros winning 1 of the 3 from the Atlanta Braves. It's a very difficult homestand for them, with Detroit coming in as a first-place club in the AL Central, followed by Seattle. And the Mariners have had the best record in the majors, at least as of a couple of days ago in the month of June. So the Astros taking on 3 clubs above 500 on this homestand. And at home, their record is 18-22. Meanwhile, the Tigers have the best road record in the majors, and they are really rolling. Here's the lineup for Brad Ausmus tonight. Ian Kinsler leads off at second base. It's Torrey Hunter in right field. Miguel Cabrera at first base. The DH is Victor Martinez. Batting fifth is former Astro J.D. Martinez. He's in left field with Nick Castellanos at third base. Austin Jackson in center field. Alex Avila the catcher, and Eugenio Suarez the shortstop.
On the mound for the Astros tonight, 26-year-old right-hander Brad Peacock, 2-4 with a 4.50 ERA. Hasn't pitched in 12 days. The last time he pitched against Tampa Bay, a no decision, working just 4 innings as he needed 91 pitches to get through the 4. A couple of earned runs against him in that when he struggled with command. 4 walks also in that last outing. And that's what you watch with Brad Peacock. Can he throw that fastball down around the knees in the strike zone?
He was suffering from food poisoning in that start, and then that continued to linger. So, as you mentioned, Ash, he had not pitched now in 12 days because of losing up to 10 pounds because of that food poisoning. The Astros thought it was better that he regain his strength, and now he is back and ready to go.
I'm sure Bull Porter will be watching to see Brad Peacock come with that velocity, low to mid-90s, and spot that fastball in particular down around the knees. He's got a good curveball, slider, can mix in the pitch as well.
He pitched well in Detroit May 7th, losing that game 3-2 with a quality effort, 6 2/3 innings, 3 earned runs. And now tonight, about to begin for Brad Peacock. Ian Kinsler is in the box, hitting .302 with 9 homers, 39 runs batted in. He has scored 54 times, tied for 3rd in the American League. Fastball, and he cranks it foul. Strike 1. Kinsler really can rip the fastball, and the Astros have seen him do it for years as a member of the Texas Rangers. He's hit .332 in his career against Houston with 11 homers, 33 runs batted in. And this trade, bringing Kinsler to Detroit, has been a real catalyst for their club. 1 ball, 1 strike. He was dealt for Prince Fielder, who is out for the season now after surgery. Meanwhile, Kinsler is at .332, right there in the thick of things against the Astros for his career among the leaders. And that's a good pitch, bringing a soft swing for strike 2.
There's that little slider that starts looking like a fastball at the knees, outside edge, and bends quickly out of the strike zone.
Tigers are 4th in runs scored in the American League. They lead the league in slugging. Peacock, and the ball is hit on the line to center field. Gives up a leadoff single to Kinsler. Down toward the end of the bat, but Kinsler's aboard for Torrey Hunter now.
Defensively behind Brad Peacock here this evening, the Astros will feature in the outfield left to right. L.J. Hose, Alex Presley, and George Springer. Presley forced into center field with Dexter unable to go. Left side of the infield, Matt Dominguez and Jonathan Villar. On the right, it's Jose Altuve and John Singleton. And behind the plate, Jason Castro.
Brad Peacock at age 26, facing this powerful Detroit club, trying to derail a hot team, faces Torrey Hunter, the right fielder. He gets a first pitch curve, and it's strike 1. Kerwin Danley, the home plate umpire, rings it up. .262 for Torrey Hunter, 9 homers. He's driven in 37. He doesn't get a whole lot of attention this year when people talk about the Tigers, and yet he's a 5-time All-Star. Hit .304 last year, driving in 84. Fouls that one back, and it's no balls, 2 strikes.
Well, when you hang around Miguel Cabrera and Victor Martinez with what he's putting up this year, you're probably not going to be noticed quite as much. But maybe for Torrey Hunter, that's not a bad thing. Be one of the guys that just simply gets the job done behind the big stars.
Right there in the number 2 spot in the lineup in front of Cabrera. He can be a factor. Victor Martinez is in the cleanup spot this season. After the trade of Fielder to Texas, he moved up 1 notch in the order. That's a little roller foul off his leg, and it's still 0-2.
Torrey Hunter's had so many great years, as you talk about. 38 years of age now, and still playing well.
Very much a veteran Detroit club. Brad Ausmus taking it over this season, and his club has been streaky. Lately, it's been on the good side for Brad. 3-time Gold Glove winner with the Astros. Former Astro coach Dave Clark, who was interim manager for a while, is back as the third base coach of the Tigers. Gene Lamont, the bench coach, was a coach here for Houston, former manager of Pittsburgh as well. So there are some familiar faces, along with J.D. Martinez, as the Tigers come in for their only visit. There's Gene Lamont. Detroit won 3 of 4 from Houston in Detroit in May. And the throw goes over. Kinsler diving back in. He had to stretch out to get back ahead of that Peacock move.
I love that John Singleton, the long-term now projected first baseman for the Astros, is left-handed. It drops that glove in so nicely. It sets up double play possibilities well on the ground ball hit to first base.
Very close call for Gary Cederstrom, the crew chief there, umpiring at first base tonight. It's beaten into the ground, and it stays 0-2. The Astros got a very good, strong start from Jared Kozard yesterday. 7 innings, 1 run in a 6-1 win over Atlanta. Their bullpen's in pretty good shape because Wednesday, Colin McHugh went 7. He gave up 3. Scott Feldman had a 6-inning start Tuesday, so the homestand has featured very solid work from the Astros starters. And in fact, their starters are 6th in the American League in ERA right now.
Right behind these Tigers in terms of starters.
The line shot caught by Dominguez. Throw back to first. They get him. Double play. So Kinsler, who is almost picked off, is doubled off.
Well, as a base runner, you're supposed to be aware of line drives. Make sure they get through the infield. Kinsler unable to get back in time, and that good strong arm from Matt Dominguez pays off.
2 steps proved to be his undoing. Now 2 outs, and it's Miguel Cabrera. That could be a big turnaround. The shift is on, and Miggy, who homered in Detroit off Peacock, takes ball 1. 325 batting average, 3rd best in the American League. He has 13 homers. He's driven in 64 runs. Gaudy OPS of 934, and he leads the league in doubles with 28. That's in for a strike for Peacock. That makes it 1-1. That game in Detroit, in which Peacock pitched well but lost, is his only career start against the Tigers. Tigers last year won 93 games, and they won the division for the 3rd straight time in the AL Central. Bouncing the curve, Peacock falls behind, and it's 2-1. Cabrera had 4 hits last night. There's where the Tigers rank. Tops in batting average and slugging, and average with runners in scoring position, 274.
They're a very talented bunch, as we talked about up top. Cabrera and Martinez make all the difference in the world. Even J.D. Martinez now becoming a highly effective offensive player.
Yes, he has been. 3-1 now to 31-year-old Miguel Cabrera, an 8-time All-Star, and this will be number 9 coming up this year. He's been leading in the balloting at first base. Won the batting title last year at 348 and his 2nd MVP award. Miggy takes ball 4. And the 2-out walk will put him on for Victor Martinez. Peacock has walked 39 now. He's in his 67th inning. And Victor Martinez has been among the toughest outs in baseball this year. Currently pressing for the batting lead, 333, 1 point behind Jose Altuve. 20 homers, 52 runs batted in, and he leads in slugging at 611. He's been very difficult to strike out. Has only fanned 22 times all year. He hit 3 homers against the Astros in that 4-game series in Detroit, with a 375 batting average in that series. The shift is on. And he takes the curve, ball 1. So the big trade, sacrificing the power of Fielder for some power, certainly for a second baseman in Kinsler, and some speed, has really not hurt Detroit much in the power department, because Victor has moved up to this cleanup spot after batting 5th last year, and he has just raked all season long. Goes foul. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I would say it's a clear-cut victory for the Tigers in that deal, at least for the present time. We'll see how the long-term plays out in terms of Prince Fielder in Arlington. The Rangers have been decimated with injuries and missing his bat as much as anything.
Like Miguel Cabrera, Victor Martinez homered off Peacock in Detroit. And As you know, that's a spacious Comerica Park where the Tigers play. Victor takes it. It's a 2-ball, 1-strike count to Victor Martinez, who came up with the Cleveland Indians.
When you have a lineup that's filled with big names like the Tigers have, and guys who have great success track records, it's hard to get close pitch calls. That last pitch, a changeup, a very good one at the knees area, inside part of the plate, and no call. And it's just a fact of life when you face these guys.
They have put together 10 innings of 5 runs or more this year. That's to center field. Going back on it, Alex Presley for the catch to end the top of the first with no runs a hit and a man left. Houston coming up against Justin Verlander. Cole Porter lineup card brought to you by Jack in the Box. Jose Altuve is the leadoff man because of Dexter Fowler being scratched from the lineup with back stiffness. He's at second base with George Springer moving up to second in right field. John Singleton bats third at first. Then it's Matt Dominguez, Jason Castro, Jesus Guzman, Alex Presley in center, L.J. Hosen left, Jonathan Villar shortstop.
On the mound for the Tigers, former Cy Young Award winner and MVP, that's Justin Verlander, 31 years of age. He's 6-7 and a very surprising, disappointing ERA at 4.82. Last time out, took a no decision, but pitched a lot better, and so people are kind of looking for improvement now from Verlander. He went 7 innings and 2 earnings at Cleveland in his last start.
His Cy Young came in 2011, and Jose Altuve is the first man he faces tonight. Altuve offers at the first one, hits a pop up toward the seats, and there's strike one. Jose, with the league high batting average of .334, also leads in hits with 107 and in steals with 30.
When you see Verlander in that first pitch fastball at 91, that is vastly different than 3-4 years ago for this very big, strong right-handed pitcher. He could go mid-90s and then dial it up to 100 miles an hour.
That's fouled away. He has said that he's made some mechanical adjustments. And you talk about that last start, a very good one for Verlander, but there's the comparison last year to this year.
Considerable drop-offs in some key areas. One of those being the strikeouts falling off with the velocity dropping and the walks rising.
Grounder on through to left field, and Altuve has hit number 108. He's in select company. Cesar Cedeno, Michael Bourne, Billy Hatcher before the All-Star break in their fine seasons. And here's Altuve connected.
Some guys have a way. This is just a ground ball, but it's a ground ball to the hole. And it it seems that however a defense decides to play Jose Altuve, he has an answer for it.
He's aboard. He's always aboard. And it's George Springer batting second now. Springer at 241 has 15 homers, 40 runs batted in. The Tigers remember him hitting his first home run against them in Detroit in May. And he had a big series there, going 6 for 14. 15 homers, tops by an Astros rookie before the All-Star break in club history, and 40 runs batted in.
Oppo job against Drew Smyly. And it buoyed a lot of us, and for good reason. We've seen what has followed.
George was 3 for 12 in the Atlanta series, and he hit 2 impressive home runs against the Braves. Altuve is going to draw a lot of attention because of his base stealing. And he stole bases. He stole 2 yesterday, and also had steals Tuesday and Wednesday night. So 4 steals in the 3-game series against the Braves. Strike to Springer.
Jose Altuve, I don't know who could have guessed that he was going to do some of the things he's been doing this year as we came out of spring training. But that first step is as quick as anybody in the game, and he wants to lead this league in stolen bases as well as other things like batting average. And he's well on his way. And he has already proven to himself that he's capable of these goals now that he has set.
He has stolen 17 in a row.
Well, with 30 bags caught just 3 times, extremely impressive numbers. Next closest in the American League in stolen bases, Rajai Davis and Jacoby Ellsbury at 21 bags.
He's going. Swing and a miss. Avila's throw, one hopping and not in time to get Altuve, who gets number 31 of the year. And we go to Julia Morales.
Brownie as Jose steals that bag. Talking to him about this earlier today. What's been the difference this year? And yes, maturity has a lot to do with it, his experience in the big leagues. But he's also watching a lot more video than he has in the past. He's spent a lot more time in there studying these pitchers, trying to find out their tendencies, and it's really proven to do him some good right here.
There he is with 31, and now Avila will go to the mound. Avila, by the way, a good throwing, good receiving catcher, so there's nothing that is slowing Altuve down lately. He stole on Craig Kimbrell the other night with the Astros down to the final out, down by 1, and there's the stolen base success rate by year going up.
Well, I think a really good throw there from Avila might have had a shot, but Altuve quickly with that jump and in full gear.
Springer takes it from Verlander at 93 miles per hour. It's a 1-ball, 2-strike count for George.
And you see that throw coming in. Had that been knee high, for instance, down to second base, I think a pretty good shot to get it.
Maybe the hand absorbed some blow from the bag there with that force going in head first. Swing and a miss, and Springer is out number 1 for Verlander.
I think one question that has been around this game for a long time, how many bags can you steal over a number of seasons before you kind of wear the body down prematurely?
He talks with Suarez, and it's John Singleton batting now. Singleton with a 208 batting average has 4 homers. He's driven in 11. Dominguez on deck. John looks at it. It's strike 1 for Verlander. Yesterday, Singleton went 2 for 4, including an RBI double off the left field wall in the first inning. And this one gets away. Altuve advancing, and the throw is off the glove of the third baseman, Castellanos, and Altuve will make something happen and score to make it 1-0. Didn't get away from Avila very far.
Yeah, it's amazing what speed can do. it makes throws go offline. It just it creates scenarios that you can't create otherwise in this game. Look at this. Avila clearly has a shot to get Altuve, but that speed threat, the way Jose has been successfully running the bats, sets up a poor throw.
And now the count's 1-1. That was a wild pitch and an error on the catcher. Broken bat roller to first. Cabrera tossing to Verlander. 2 outs.
Defensively for the Tigers tonight. Around the outfield left to right. JD Martinez, and he is playing well for Detroit right now. Austin Jackson in center and Torrey Hunter in right. On the infield left side, Nick Castellanos and Eugenio Suarez. On the right side, it's Ian Kinsler and Miguel Cabrera and Alex Avila behind the plate.
Now Matt Dominguez, Brad Ausmus and Gene Lamont have watched the Astros take a 1-0 lead with the hustle of Altuve. Dominguez ripped a 3-run homer yesterday. They strike 1 to Matt. That snapped an 0 for 23 as the Astros won it 6-1 over the Braves. That was the big blow. It was 2-1 at the time when he ripped the 3-run bomb in the 5th inning. Verlander gets a piece of it, and it snowballs 2 strikes. Altuve firing right out of the gates. Got the hit on the 0-2 pitch, stole second, took third on a wild pitch, continued home on the throwing error by Avila, his 3rd error of the year.
Could almost hear Altuve right there saying, here's where it hurts, but the heck with it. I'm good.
1-2. Verlander is 2-0 in his career against Houston in 3 starts with a 1.33 ERA. The Astros are facing a former Cy Young Award winner for the 9th game this season. Well, the way they have a winning record, they're 5-3 in games started by players who have won the Cy Young. Verlander shooting for win number 149 of his career. Last year, Justin was 13-12. He's consistently taken starts. Has not had disabled list misses of starts. 2 balls, 2 strikes. An amazing good health story for this 31-year-old from Virginia who went to Old Dominion. 1st round draft choice in 04, the 2nd player drafted. Dominguez fouls it, keeping the count at 2-2. In his Cy Young year, Verlander in 2011 was 24-5 with a 240 earned run average. Unanimous winner of that Cy Young award, and he was the 10th player to win both the Cy Young and the MVP in the same season.
And that 240 you mentioned led the American League, the ERA.
Dominguez strikes out, and the Astros use the hustle of Altuve to take a 1-0 lead after 1.
Peacock back on the mound, and the first matchup we'll see is him facing J.D. Martinez, the former Astro. And Brad Peacock, it's not uncommon for pitchers to face former teammates, but I had to ask him what it was like to face J.D. this time around, and he said, I don't like it too much, actually. He said that you know the guy and you don't want to give up the hit. It's kind of an awkward feeling. But then again, Peacock has been there before, facing a lot of his former teammates in the Oakland A's organization, so he says he'll get over it, but it will be good to see J.D. Martinez. Brownie.
As we all did before the game, and he just said he's found a great situation in Detroit after being released by the Astros. He also has retooled his swing, his approach at the plate, and the results have been terrific. 310, 9 homers, 32 runs batted in, a 970 OPS for J.D. Martinez. And he looks at the curve, ball one. Martinez had a 14-game hitting streak, and that ended last night, but still, in the last 10 games, he's hit 400 with 6 homers, 16 runs batted in. He was the American League Player of the Week last week. And the story was that when he was watching Jason Castro swing the bat last year, he saw how Jason's bat stayed in the hitting zone so long. And then he started studying swings of other great hitters, like Miguel Cabrera, his current teammate, and decided to try to change his swing so that he could try to achieve that same result.
Talking with some coaches with the Tigers, talking about J.D. Martinez, and the comment was made that he's got such big time pop, he doesn't have to get all of the baseball to drive it out of parks, even to the big part of the park, center field. So they view him as a legit big time pop hitter.
2 balls, 2 strikes. He went 2 for 8 in that series in Detroit against the Astros in his first go around against his former mates. J.D. turns 27 in August. Native of Miami, who came up to the Astros in 2011 and had a good half season there after being a terrific player at Corpus Christi with a .338 batting average. He was an all-star there. Check swing call is made by Cedarstrom, and it's 3-2 now to Martinez. JD's been streaky during his time with the Astros, and there hasn't been much evidence of that during his Tiger games so far.
Can't hurt to hit alongside Miguel Cabrera.
Exactly.
Victor Martinez. These guys are as good as you'll run into, and I imagine J.D. Martinez is just kind of rubbing shoulders with great ones and picking up some stuff.
That can happen. Andy Dirks, the left fielder, has not been able to play yet this year, coming back from back surgery. There's a smash past the diving Dominguez on through into left field for J.D. Martinez. Their second leadoff single in as many innings. At Lowe's, we never stop improving, and neither does Brad Peacock, as we take his last 5 starts compared to his first 5 starts.
Last 5 starts, 2-0, a nice ERA at 2.93. And it really it stacks up well for Brad Peacock when he is able to throw all the pitches for strikes. Now that stands for anybody, but he has good enough stuff really to succeed, and I could see him being a long-time fixture in this rotation.
Now Nick Castellanos is the batter, and the rookie fouls at strike 1. Taking over at third base with a .266 average in his rookie season. 5 homers, 27 runs batted in. He had been a third baseman, and then because of the presence of Miguel Cabrera at that position, had moved to the outfield. And then after the trade of Fielder left room for Cabrera to move across the diamond to first, that opened up third again for Castellanos. He's from Davie, Florida, a first-round pick in 2010. Fastball up the right field line and toward the seat. Springer over, will not get a shot at it. 0-2 to Castellanos, and he's been the guy, the one they expected to take over at third base for the last few years.
And the Tigers just had no fear about bringing the youngster in and being a part of this club that is expected, not hoping, but expecting to win their division each year.
Some scorekeeping going on down there. There's a swing and a miss for a strikeout. That's number 1 for Peacock.
And this is what Brad Peacock can do. This stuff is plenty good enough to succeed at this level, especially when he gets things started down there around the knees.
Now he'll face Austin Jackson, a 27-year-old center fielder with a .252 average, 3 homers, 22 runs batted in. Jackson's from Denton, Texas. The Yankees drafted him in '05. Detroit got him in the Granderson trade. Off the mid of Castro. Now the runner advances. J.D. Martinez on the misplay by the Astros catcher. Rule a pass ball.
Well, right into the glove. There's just no other way to rule this. Jason thought he had the ball in the glove. He's reaching in there to grab it and toss it back.
5th pass ball of the year for Castro. Ball 1 to Jackson. Altuve's trying to keep the runner Martinez closer to second by moving in there. Now he returns to his position. Fastball is there for Peacock, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. When the Astros scored a few minutes ago, that was the first time the Tigers have trailed in a game since last Saturday. In the dirt, 2-1. So playing from ahead and getting Verlander and tomorrow's starter Max Scherzer back on track. That's produced a very nice run from the Tigers. They had dropped a game and a half behind Kansas City into second place in the American League Central, but with this 7-game winning streak, they've built their lead back up to 4.5. And there's Scherzer watching before taking tomorrow's 3:10 start. That should be a tremendous matchup. Dallas Keuchel going for Houston. Fly ball. Singleton over into foul territory, and J.D. will tag. Singleton makes the catch. J.D.'s not going anywhere. 2 outs.
Nice job by Singleton to get his feet in position, ready to throw. The one thing, among many things that we're learning about John Singleton is that he handles these pop flies. He deals with different ballparks quite well. See no adjustment needed right now for John in that regard.
Alex Avila with a .231 average has gone deep 4 times. He's driven in 16. He leads the American League in throwing out 23 runners attempting to steal. Last year he hit .227.
He's got one of the toughest looking beards in baseball.
Yeah. There's strike 1. And his father, Al Avila, is the assistant general manager of the Detroit Tigers. General manager Dave Dombrowski is on the trip. What a trip it's been. With a 3-game sweep in Cleveland, followed by a 3-game sweep in Texas. They're spending the week in the state of Texas, in fact. So rocket into right center field. That'll tie this game in 1. Springer over to come up with it. And here's a play at second base. He gets it there early, and here's the tag. And Avila is out. That's the 6th outfield assist for the Sports Illustrated cover boy, George Springer. And it's 1 run, 2 hits, nobody left. In the top of the 2nd inning, and Springer ends it. Detroit ties it at 1.
of the top of the second inning as Alex Avila lined one into right center field to drive in the tying run in the ballgame. You see George Springer a long way to go after this baseball, but tell you what he does, aside from just making a perfect one-hop throw into the bag, is he was ready to throw, no hesitation, that we saw in his early weeks with the club. Just letting it fly. In the event the runner circles and heads back to first base, you still put that good throw on, and George Springer now starting to show off the big-time arm.
It's a 1-1 game. The run unearned because of the pass ball, allowing J.D. Martinez to go to second base from where he scored on the 2-out single by Avila. Now the Astros back with Jason Castro leading it off in the home second inning. 221, 6 homers, 31 runs batted in for Castro. He had been slumping, but he had a double and a walk yesterday and had a couple of hits Tuesday night. So things have turned in a better direction lately for Castro. Verlander dealing ball 1 there. Out of play, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. The Astros signed right-handed pitcher Daniel Mengden before the game today. Their 4th-round pick from Texas A&M. He was just introduced on the field to the crowd between innings. I believe Julia's going to get a word with him a little bit later. Daniel Mengden. He's from Houston. Went to Westside High School. And the Astros now have signed 35 of their 41 picks from the draft.
Where's a quality number?
Yeah. 1 and 2.
This guy's bat could be a real difference maker in the second half of this season. There's still some of the first half remaining, unless you want to go by actual halves. Tonight's game is the ending of the actual first half, game number 81.
That's a fly ball up the right field line into the seats. For Verlander, it's been a rugged first half with an ERA of 4.82. And he has walked 42. That's tied for the 3rd highest walk number in the American League. And struck out 79. That walk strikeout ratio not nearly what Verlander normally puts together.
Under a 2-to-1 mark right now for Verlander, and that's not even close to what he normally is able to go after.
Upstairs for a ball.
You see, as he maybe in situations trying to reach back and get a little something on the fastball, he's coming up about 91 to 93.
He's 8th on the Tigers' all-time win list. Foul ball again reaches the seats.
Saw this guy Verlander throw a no-hitter against the Blue Jays 3-4 years ago. In the last 2-3 innings of that ball game, he took a 95 to 97 mile an hour fastball and turned it into 100 and 101. And it was something to watch for former players around the ballpark to see what this guy could actually do, reaching back, grabbing a little extra out of the tank and bringing it like nobody else could.
In the air to right field, backing up Torrey Hunter. Hunter is on the warning track and snags it right there in front of the wall. 1 down.
Changeup from Verlander that Castro reached out on and put it right on the barrel. Watch the swing, not everything behind it, but almost gets it out of here.
That's 1 out. Jesus Guzman had a good game yesterday. Gets the DH start today. He was in left field yesterday. He had a single and an RBI ground out in 3 at-bats. And because of that game, he got this reward of starting this one, Will Porter said. Now a looping hit to left field. And Guzman is pressing for perhaps even more playing time with hit number 2 for the Astros. Been a real struggle for Verlander, and as you can see, those numbers have changed quite a bit this year compared to 2011.
That batting average against, you would think, has to be quite alarming for the Tigers, and all the people who are hoping they see their Tigers in the postseason once again. They need Justin Verlander, but yielding a .280 batting average against, not at all Verlander-like.
Alex Presley is 2 for 6 lifetime against Verlander. Infielders move into double play depth, and the throw goes over on Guzman. And according to some stories, even though that last start was a very good one for Verlander, the ones before that, he had 3 starts, one against Toronto, one against the White Sox, one against Kansas City, in which he allowed 5 earned runs, 7 and 7. And during those starts, he was trying to rework his mechanics a little bit. He realized that he had to do an overhaul because he just was reaching his pitch limit much earlier in games. And teams were able to wear him down a little bit and was not able to find those extra miles per hour later that you talked about in that no-hitter against the Blue Jays in 2010.
4 walks in 2 of those starts. Each of those 2 starts in the games that you mentioned there, Brownie. So just not sharp at all. One of those games requiring 122 pitches just to go 5 2/3 innings.
It's 1-1. Looking back over the seasons that he has put together, the walks have been really a big problem for him. In 2012, he walked only 60 in 238 innings. He's already walked 42. Jeff Jones, the pitching coach, hopes that Verlander continues the trend of the last start. Quick move to first. He threw 100 pitches in that last start, and that took him through 7 innings. And at the time, Brad Ausmus did not want to really remove what was a very positive experience. So that was it for Verlander. Tiger bullpen has been very shaky. Their pen has a 4.75 ERA, and that is the high ERA mark of any American League bullpen this season so far.
Not sure that you can fulfill expectations for a ball club when you've got a bullpen that is struggling to that degree.
And for that reason, they may be doing some shopping. That's one into right center field. Torrey Hunter tracks it. It's a hit in front of him. Guzman to second on the single by Presley. And the Astros now have 3 hits, and they get L.J. Hose to the plate.
Alex Presley getting it done right here. Got a pitch up out over the plate. Just kind of lays wood to it.
In the original lineup tonight, Presley was playing left field, batting 8th. And when Fowler was scratched with a stiff back, he moved up to the number 7 spot and moved over to center field. L.J. Hose thereby getting a chance to move into the starting lineup, which was not the original plan. He's hit 200 with 2 homers, 6 runs batted in. L.J. just rejoining the club from Oklahoma City, exchanging places with Robbie Grossman. And he got a start shortly after he arrived. Wednesday, he went 0 for 3 in that game. Jonathan Villar's on deck. We had a conversation around the batting cage with Astros general manager Jeff Luhnow tonight. And I asked him, isn't it difficult to analyze these Astros players when they're at AAA Oklahoma City and have good numbers, and then they come to the big leagues and struggle so much? And he said, yeah, it's a little difficult. Try to project that. It's been the trend with so many players. There's a strike, 1 and 2 with L.J. Hose, Robbie Grossman, and some of the other guys who have bounced back and forth between AAA and the big leagues this year. And he did mention that in the major leagues there's so much more study that a hitter can do when he's getting ready for a game that's not available at AAA. They can Look over a lot of tape of the pitcher. And they can look over all kinds of data that is not available at AAA either. So that left us kind of wondering, Ash, if maybe some guys are trying to overload on information when they get to the big league level to make sure they're prepared for each game, whereas in the minor leagues they might be simplifying it.
And I think that there's a lot to that consideration. I think you can wear yourself down. I think you want to find what works for you and roll those dice. Now, yes, you want to do your homework and be prepared, but I really do think that you can go overboard. And I think a lot of players from previous generations feel that's the case. Certainly in the amount of batting practice taken in today's game, it feels like it can go overboard.
Swing and a miss. Hose is a strikeout victim. That's number 3 for Verlander. Got him chase.
Verlander brings a good breaking ball right here. Just spins it right over the top. You see how tight the rotation is on that curveball from Verlander.
Jonathan Villar will hope to deliver a big 2-out hit with men in scoring position. It's been one of the Astros' biggest failings this season. 205 for Villar, 6 homers, 22 runs batted in. He went 1 for 6 with an RBI in the Atlanta series. The Astros as a team are hitting 172 with 2 outs and runners in scoring position.
You were talking about guys and their success at the minor league level and then coming here and struggling. And yes, the talent, the pitching you're going to see every time you go to the plate is going to be better here. But it's still pitching. And you can look at a Robbie Grossman who went 8 for his 14 hits in his last 8 games played at AAA before coming up here, and then just could not get it done. And you wonder, is the grind what's going on as opposed to the talented pitching?
0-2. And now Villar struggling to come up with something here against Verlander. Has taken 2 swings and missed, and needs contact with Altuve on deck with 2 men on and 2 outs. Villar has struck out 66 times this season. He's had 219 at bats. This one gets away, not very far. Guzman was leaning toward third, then he went back. 1-2. When the Astros went to Detroit, they faced a team that had a 5-game winning streak. And then the Tigers won the first 3 to take that streak to 8 games before the Astros won the finale of the 4-game series. Detroit won 2 of those 3 games by scores of 2-0 and 3-2. That's in a big ballpark. It's early in the season. Can't remember how chilly it was up there, Ash. You would know.
Yeah, there was some chilly time.
Verlander crosses underhand a long way, and he gets the yard. Runs 2 hits, 2 men left. It's 1-1 after 2.
time for you to tweet your photos using hashtag CSNHFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game broadcast. That's brought to you by AT&T. Guys.
Thanks, Julia. We go to inning number 3. It's 1-1. Both pitchers kind of feeling their way through the first couple of innings. Brad Peacock will be facing Suarez, Kinsler, and Hunter in the Detroit third. And we're looking at the new shortstop, Eugenio Suarez. He is 22 years old, from Venezuela. The reports are good on him so far. There is strike one.
The Tigers felt like they needed some more offense than Romine was able to provide. A very good defensive shortstop is Romine, but it looks like Suarez might be that guy that gives them some pop.
Strike. No balls, 2 strikes. Suarez played last year, part of the season at Class A Lakeland, part at AA Erie. He lifts one on a line, and here's L.J. Hose coming over. That's a looping hit. Suarez is still going to go. Nope, now he jams on the brakes. Perfect throw into second by L.J. Hose. Suarez reached down and sent a 2-strike single to left field for hit number 4 for Detroit. Omar Vizquel, the coach at first.
Boy, so much that could be learned by infielders, and you would think Suarez would be just wrapped in every word that Omar Vizquel would have.
Oh, he can impart a lot of knowledge. Now Kinsler. Kinsler hit a single to center field leading off the game. He bunts and it comes up and hits him. Foul ball. If he had been out of the batter's box in fair territory and it hit him, he would have been out.
That bunt effort by Kinsler, he's probably learned through the years you don't want to start running too early. He kind of sets his feet before laying that bunt down. So unlike Jonathan Villar, who has been nailed on that type of play a couple of times, not running ahead of the bunt.
That's a good point. Dominguez, out of respect for that, is not deep at third. In tight, and it's 1-1. Kinsler did a little wave toward the Texas Ranger bench when he hit a home run against Ron Washington's club. And he didn't like some of the things that were going on, according to reports, when he was with the Rangers. You may have read, if you're following baseball closely, that Rangers really would like to have him move from second to first. That was a couple of years ago, and he didn't want to do that. And then apparently, according to other stories, they wanted him to become more of a clubhouse leader, and he really wasn't into that either. So there evidently was a fair amount of friction between Kinsler and some of the higher ups in the Rangers. So he did a little wave to their bench.
He went on to say that after the trade, that he hoped the Rangers went 0-162.
Oh, that's right.
So that was a little bit strong.
He did say that. He shoots one, and that's a looping hit to right center field. Picked up by Springer now. He juggled it, but Suarez had already stopped. Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. 2 on, nobody out.
This picking up of the baseball, just ground balls hit to George Springer. The weak spot defensively. I mean, he goes and gets everything in the air. But you put it on the ground and kind of challenge him with a potential throw in front of him, and that becomes a bit challenging.
Now the Tigers with 5 hits, all singles, have Torrey Hunter batting. Hunter lined third and lined into a double play when Kinsler was caught trying to get back to first. And Cabrera's on deck. There's ball 1.
George Springer trying to pick up the baseball. We know that he's gathered in quite a few errors already. They've come primarily on plays like this where he is simply trying to set up a play.
Dave Clark, the third base coach, is yelling out to Suarez to help him with his lead. Villar is right behind him. There's a strike. And it's 1-1 to Torrey Hunter. Has been a fine player down through the years. There's Clarkie. Torrey Hunter was drafted by the Twins, and in fact, when he was with their AA club in New Britain, Connecticut, George Springer, as a kid, went to see Torrey Hunter and decided he wanted to be like Torrey. And they've become friends. Turn back towards second. Well, he picked a pretty good guy to emulate. Torrey's 37 years old. He's a 5-time All-Star. He's won 9 Gold Gloves, a couple of Silver Slugger awards. And he's hit more than 300 homers in his career.
Had a tremendous career.
Time called.
The thing is, George Springer may have more in the talent pool, but whether he can put together a career like Hunter has put together, only time will tell.
So it has to be a particular thrill for George to compete against Torrey Hunter, as he did in Detroit in May. That's in for a strike, and it's 1-2. Hey, you know, another guy who's put together a tremendous career is our boss, Astros Senior Vice President of Broadcasting and Alumni Relations, Jamie Hildreth.
Yes, he has, and some nice news coming on Jamie today, huh?
Jamie's been nominated for induction into the Texas Radio Hall of Fame. Inductees will be announced on July 4th.
Big time congratulations.
Yeah. There's a stop by Castro, and he went around and struck out. So Jason was going down to a knee, was able to make that appeal, and that gets out number 1 for Brad Peacock.
Well, there's a battle coming up with outs in this ball game. Yeah, that was close. Let's see from the side. That's where you always get it. And yes, that goes through the plate. A good call on the ring up down at first.
Now Miguel Cabrera. He walked in the first inning. On a play like that, do you sometimes forget, if you're the catcher, you're worried about blocking that ball, forget to ask for that appeal right away?
It seems to be part of second nature for a catcher. I would say no to that. And sometimes at the expense of stopping the baseball.
Yeah. Now Castro goes out. Well, that voting for the Texas Radio Hall of Fame is taking place right now. It's done by members of the Texas Radio Hall of Fame. It ends on Monday. And the annual induction celebration will be November 1st at the Hotel Galvez in Galveston. And Jamie, I believe, has a home in the Galveston area, so that would be great if our boss, Jamie Hildreth, is a 40-plus year veteran of Houston radio, has been with the Astros for 28 years, would go into the Texas Radio Hall of Fame.
Is he one of those guys who has so many homes around he can't really give you a quick answer as to how many he has?
He might be.
Nice job, Jamie.
Lionel Hamilton's in the Texas Radio Hall of Fame.
Yes, he is.
It'd be nice to have him in attendance. Brad Peacock, 46 pitches in, dealing with a 1-0 count on Miguel Cabrera now.
Milo's in the great big one, the Radio Hall of Fame.
Yeah. There's the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum. The shot. VR stabs it, fires to second. Altuve to first. That's a spectacular double play. What a tremendous play started by VR on the backhand side.
Ball had a golden shot for left field, but for VR, and that's the kind of play that this guy's capable of.
and Houston.com. It is your home for all the stats you need as you watch the Astros and Tigers. Also, it's your place to vote for the player of the game. Your top choice shown on TV afterwards on Astros Postgame Live. Okay, so now time for our Twitter question. And yesterday, George Springer hit his 15th home run of the year. And whenever he does, it seems to just electrify the crowd. Well, our Twitter question is, how exciting, why is it so exciting whenever there is a Springer dinger? Tweet me at HoChenCSN and explain to me, again, why is it so exciting? Because, I mean, he's hit so many home runs, he's almost worthy for the home run derby. By the way, all-star voting goes until July 3rd, MLB.com, guys.
Thanks, Howard. Inside, climate-controlled Minute Maid Park. It's 1-1. Jose Altuve steps up as the bottom of the third is upon us. He singled, stole a base, took third on a wild pitch, scored on an error. That is strike one to Jose Altuve. We had a tremendous bit of entertainment between innings here. A member of the, well, he had the uniform on of the Platinum Security crew. And he put on a dance routine that was amazing. Got the crowd all fired up. 1 ball, 1 strike.
He has quickly been entered in the So You Think You Can Dance competition. And maybe the front-running favorite.
Yeah. Altuve and Miguel Cabrera are from Maracay, Venezuela. Good friends. Back to Verlander. And that is out number 1. Let's see this dance routine.
There's plenty of bad self to be getting down right there, too.
Wow. Now watch this. It gets better.
Orbit seems to know when he's out of the competition.
It's beautiful.
Never missed a beat with chewing that gum either.
No. George Springer fouls it. There's strike 1. He struck out in the first.
By the way, on what Howard Chen was saying, I wouldn't mind seeing a little George Springer in the dinger competition at the All-Star contest.
Well, I believe there was a story that he said he would be open to it if asked.
That would be, you know what? He could win that thing, too.
And Jeff Luhnow said he would not have a problem with George competing. They've cut down the length of it a little bit this year, Ash.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing. It's gone on and on. It's obviously very popular, but I think you can have a little bit too much of a good thing.
And you worry about players injuring themselves with all those swings.
That's probably the large component.
0-2.
Hopefully they'll have no Verlander sliders in that competition.
No sliders allowed in home run derby. Nothing but 82-mile-per-hour fastballs. No, you want, what do you want? It's ideal. 85.
They throw from a little bit of a short distance, probably about 75.
75, okay. Springer's down on strikes. Verlander really worked him, and that's number 4 for Justin.
Hey, George Springer is your league leader in strikeouts. And this is part of what he does presently. You hope that that can improve.
Verlander with 4 punch-outs has the first 2 here in the third inning. Now it's John Singleton batting. He hit a ground ball to Cabrera, tossed to the pitcher covering. We talked about this being the halfway mark after this game tonight. There's strike 1. The Astros have won 34. They've lost 46. They've won more than they did in the first half last year. They've won 1 more as of now. 1 ball, 1 strike.
All of that, Bo Porter mulling over in his mind. You're dealing with offense and the defensive side with the pitching.
Let's change that. Reading this further, they won 4 more than last year's team after the first 80 games.
And yet I saw these Pythagorean theorems that projected out the entire season for the Astros, and it wasn't quite that favorable.
No.
Based on the amount of runs being allowed by the pitching staff and the defense and the runs scored.
Okay.
in either case, it's not good in the league right now. They've had some good stretches, but I'll just leave it at the Pythagorean theorem did not favor the Astros' chances to double those numbers.
Singleton takes a 2-out walk. Well, that theorem was developed by Bill James, correct?
I believe so.
And if memory serves, let's say a team, well, the Astros are 34 and 46. So they're 12 games under 500 right now. And that would be, on average, about 5 runs that they've been outscored by for each of those negative under 500 figures, right? So that'd be about 80 or so. We'll have to figure that up. Matt Dominguez, the batter. He struck out. Roll to third. Castellanos over to first base to end the third inning with the score: Detroit 1, Houston 1.
Every Sunday at Minute Maid Park this year for Family Sundays presented by Kroger. Take advantage of the Kroger family 4-pack of tickets for only $70 this Sunday. That's against these Tigers. For tickets, call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit Astros.com.
All right, we've been doing some math on that Pythagorean theorem you talked about, Ash.
Yes.
Victor Martinez will lead it off in a 1-1 game in the fourth. The Astros are 12 games under 500. 12 times 5 is 60. So according to the Pythagorean theorem, having been outscored by 54 right now, they're pretty close to the 60. They're pretty close to being right on that theorem, Ash.
In fact, if you look at Baseball Reference and use their theorem, the figure of wins and losses for the club is dead on the money. Therefore, it's hard for me to figure out, and I'm trying to find where I had seen this, and I believe it was Baseball Reference.
VR's coming after this. He has a ways to go, and then a quick flip to get the slow-footed Victor Martinez.
But it is nigh to impossible to come up with some logic as to why they predicted the Astros' ultimate fate this year may not be 68 wins, for example.
Yeah. J.D. Martinez will bat. Well, here's the thing. Last year, as you recall, at the end of July, the Astros traded their closer, Jose Veras, to these Detroit Tigers. That put a whole different spin on the way the remaining 2 months of the season went. They struggled to close out games. They were not the same team the last 2 months. There's a smash off the glove of Dominguez on through into left field. And running hard, J.D. Martinez heads for second. Here's the throw from L.J. Holmes, and the tag, and they get it. Well, he hustled right out of the box, but L.J. Holmes, for the second time tonight, put it right on the bag. Now, he wants it reviewed, J.D. Martinez does. He looked right into that dugout And Brad Ausmus is going to take his time getting out, so his video crew can take a look.
Obviously a very tough play for Matt Dominguez, and he goes Olay on it a bit, but yeah, that's really close at full speed. I don't know where you go with that call. JD might have an argument for getting that foot into the bag.
Mark Ripperger is the umpire at second base. Brad Ausmus went out, and we don't see any signs that this is being challenged. So that is out number 2, and it stands. Tremendous throw from L.J. Hose.
The Astros have turned a couple of double plays behind Peacock. They've had 2 runners trying to stretch singles into doubles. In each case thrown out. Snap that tag down.
Now this one's cranked to left field by Nick Castellanos. They're getting up in the Landry's Crawford boxes, and the Tigers get a solo homer to take a 2-1 lead. Number 6 for Castellanos.
Well, obviously getting that out at second base cuts down another would-be run here for the Tigers. These guys, as you've talked about, Brownie, in the midst of that 7-game winning streak, and there are reasons you do that, and we know the Astros had one earlier themselves. Nice winning streak, playing great offense and pitching at the same time. That's what the Tigers are doing presently.
Austin Jackson fouls it. There's strike one. Castellanos provides the 1-run lead. 7 hits now for Detroit, 3 for Houston. Jackson fouled out. Presley's over in right center. It's 1-1. Alex Avila on deck. Tigers have won 5 in a row here at Minute Maid Park. They've outscored the Astros in those 5 games, 41-11.
It's one of those perfect pitcher's pitches. And you play in the Tigers, and not a huge name at the plate in Austin Jackson, but just unable to get the call.
Fouled away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Fireworks coming up after the game, weather permitting, on a big and bright Friday night. Orbit's birthday weekend.
And they go and challenge Orbit with a dance routine like that that we just saw.
Well, he's partying all weekend.
I don't think he was ready for a party of that extreme.
No. You missed out, by the way, on your Orbit antenna when you were off.
Oh, dear. Did you save one for me?
No, we did not. Blummer took 3 or 4 of them back home with him.
And you knew that that was my heart's desire here this season.
You had been talking about it for months. Foul ball keeps the count at 3-2. Yankees 4, Red Sox nothing. They're at the end of the 7th at Yankee Stadium. The AL East is going to be very watchable in the second half. Toronto leading Baltimore by 2, New York by 3, Boston by 8, Tampa Bay by 12.5. Jackson takes a walk with 2 outs, and that's the second of the game rather, for Peacock.
Our minor league report is presented by your local Honda dealer. Danry Vasquez, acquired for in that Jose Veras deal last year with the Tigers, is putting up some very nice numbers as we look at the youngster from High A Lancaster in 66 games. .284 that batting average with a homer, 24 RBIs. He's doing a nice job. A young outfielder and one of the many that are really coming along, putting up great seasons for the Astros in the minors.
He returned in the Jose Veras deal. There is a strike, and it was a good matchup between these 2 clubs. The Tigers needing late inning relief help, and the Astros welcoming another young prospect into the fold.
And of course the Astros now with the youngster they got in that deal, and Jose Veras is back in the fold.
Yeah, they've got them both.
So that's a pretty good deal.
Avila singled in a run, and then he was thrown out at second base. by George Springer. So the Astros have 2 outfield assists tonight already. 1 ball, 1 strike. Lancaster won 9-8. The Jethawks have a 47-30 record now. Very, very good season underway. Josh Hader gave up 1 earned run over 5 innings. His ERA of 2.24 leads the California League, and he's won 7. That's an outstanding team. We looked at that starting rotation a few days ago. Managers Rodney Linares. Conrad Gregor has a 14-game hitting streak. He had the game-winning double in the 9-8 win, and that snapped a 5-game losing streak for Lancaster. But a tough stretch for them, with Carlos Correa going down for the season. Popped up on the infield. VR is coming in for it. Dominguez is there. VR takes care of it. And the Tigers grab the lead with 1 run, 2 hits, and 1 man left. They're up 2-1 in the 4th.
Over the Astros, Jason Castro up here first in the 4th, and facing a guy like Justin Verlander. He told me that Verlander's so good that he'll watch and see how you approach him, and then he'll start to make adjustments. Well, it's our Comcast Business Inside the Game, and Castro and others telling me that Verlander's going to throw in the low 90s early, and then he'll start to take it up a bit in the later innings. Now, how this works is it's like bringing in another pitcher, like a reliever, and you have to be ready for the amped up miles per hour later. Also, Maley, guys, wanted his team to be more patient today and work the counts, as Verlander isn't throwing as many strikes so far this season.
And through 3, he has allowed 3 hits. They've all been singles. He's walked 1. Thanks, Julia, for that. Jason Castro hit the ball in the air to right field in the 2nd inning. He sent it out to the warning track. Verlander has thrown 49 pitches through 3. 34 have been strikes. Castro fouls it. There's a good swing by Jason. It's strike 1. This Detroit club, reaching the American League Championship Series the last 3 years, has relied on Verlander. Scherzer is a tremendous 1-2 punch, but you look around at their stats and see Rick Porcello, who shut out Texas last night, 10-4. He leads their club in wins with a 3.41 ERA as well. So Brad Ausmus has had a pretty well-rounded pitching staff.
They've also had Anibal Sanchez on the DL. They've got their ace Verlander with an ERA near 5, and yet they're in first place.
Yep.
So though you could look from the one side and say, boy, these guys are not performing the way you want if you're a Tiger fan, you could also look from the other side that says they should get much better than we've seen here in the first half.
There's a case for that. Sanchez's ERA is 2.64. Upstairs in the eyes of Castro. 2 balls and a strike. And Drew Smiley, who will start here Sunday, has made 12 starts. His ERA is 3.19. Scherzer's 9-3 with a 3.71. It's 3-1. Verlander talked in a recent article about pitchers who are veterans needing to make changes. And he doesn't remember too many pitchers who were around for a long time and successful not being faced with that, with some times in their careers when they need to retool somewhat. Foul back. 3-2.
Well, it's a young man's game. Obviously, beyond your 30th birthday, you can still have great success in this game, and a lot of pitchers have. But I'm not sure Verlander is going to regain the fastball he once had. So the retooling means he's got to figure other ways to be successful.
You saw that graphic about pitch usage a few minutes ago. That's a liner to right field. Torrey Hunter in. 1 out.
A lot of talk about Jason Castro getting pitched in hard with the fastball and the slider. This fastball was right on the hands, and Jason got the barrel to it, lining one to right.
Did a nice job. Guzman single between third and short in the second inning. Jesus getting the start at DH tonight. Chris Carter not in the lineup. Joining us late, Dexter Fowler's not in the lineup. He was in the original lineup, but was scratched due to a stiff back. Strike 1 to Guzman. No matter whether the Astros win or lose tonight, it'll be their best record since 2009 after 81 games. 1-1. We talked about that trade, the Astros and Tigers, with Veras going to Detroit at the trade deadline for Danry Vasquez. And of course, the Tigers were able to use that help from Veras in their bullpen to make it to the American League Championship Series again last year, while the Astros then struggled. And the story is from Detroit today, from the people who have watched the Tigers play all year, that they could be adding another arm in the bullpen, or maybe even 2, as they get closer to that trade deadline this year. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Astros are looking to get people back in their bullpen, like Anthony Bass. Anthony is supposed to pitch 2 innings on Sunday in a rehab stint, and that could potentially be his final rehab outing before he rejoins the big league club, if everything goes well. And then there's Matt Albers, and he's here doing some throwing during this homestand. Matt's feeling good about his progress. So Bull Porter has 2 guys who might not be too far from rejoining his major league bullpen soon.
It's a bullpen that needs reinforcements, there's no doubt.
That's flared into the crowd. Still a 3-ball, 2-strike count. Fastball is 94.
I'm not so sure Avila didn't get crossed up on this pitch. When a hitter fouls it off, it doesn't show up at all. But
Verlander looked in and said something.
Yep.
And a late swing, and that's a strikeout on the foul tip. Strikeout number 5 for Verlander.
Fans, follow every Astros game with MLB.com @bat on your favorite mobile phone or tablet. Get live look-ins, instant replay, score, stats, audio, free MLB.tv game of the day, and more. Download it through your device's app store or visit Astros.com today.
Alex Presley is making his 5th start of the year in center field. He singled to center in the 2nd inning. Vidal Nuñez started that Yankee game. He went 5 2/3. Yankees shutting out Boston 4-0 at the top of the 8th. There's a fly ball deep right field toward the corner near the pole. That one is going to be foul. Oh, it looked like a home run from here. That would have been a game-tying shot, and it hooked.
Yeah, I think they need to put that right field line umpire right here where we sit, because it did look good from this angle. Not so much from that one. Nope. Wow.
Well hit by Presley.
Sometimes the difference between winning and losing is right there.
Just a few feet foul. It hit on that railing that goes up there to the right of the foul pole. Some people call it the fair pole. It's 1-1.
The logical obstinance.
Yeah. Rangers 4, Twins nothing in Texas. Bottom of the 6th inning. Nick Tepish has it going for Texas against Kevin Correa. Adrian Beltre hit his 9th home. Now that Ranger club is trying to snap a losing streak of 8 games.
You know, they're only a couple of games in front of Houston.
That's right. They're 13 games out. Houston is 15 games out. 2-1. They play each other soon. In Texas, early July. Good changeup. And it's 2-2.
You saying keep your eye on the boot?
Yeah. Why not? You know, a lot of rumors are circulating about the Rangers maybe making some deals. They have just been hit so hard by injuries. Is it logical to think they could get back in this AL West race? They're 13 games out. Doesn't seem logical, does it?
So you're not talking sell-off deals. You're talking about pickup deals.
Well, I think with their payroll, they might be looking to shed a little bit. Presley strikes out. That's number 6. Verlander through 4 has a 2-1 lead.
Look at some of the defense put on by the Astros tonight. George Springer got it started with this throw in the 2nd inning. Alex Avila trying to stretch, and just a perfect and quick one-hop throw into second base. How about Jonathan Villar starting a double play to end an inning? Just a terrific play as he hooked up with Jose Altuve. Then there was this base hit that came in the 4th inning. J.D. Martinez thrown out a bang-bang play at second. L.J. Hose with that terrific throw right on the money for Altuve.
That's helped to keep it close. The Tigers have out-hit the Astros 7-3. Here's the 5th inning now. And a bunt. Goes foul. Suarez, the number 9 hitter, who singled in the 3rd inning to lead that frame off. Tigers are hitting .277 as a team. That's tied for the top spot in the American League in batting average. So they can put together big innings. They can keep the pressure on. They draw walks. In the air to right field. George Springer coming in. They are a real challenge for a pitcher. One out. All these experienced hitters.
Yeah, they're no doubt looking to see Alex Avila get his bat a little stronger, a little closer to what he's done throughout his career. They've added Suarez now to bring a little extra offense, as if pitchers need a tougher time going through this order, but boy, they make life tough on you.
Verlander versus Peacock tonight. Tomorrow at 3:10, it's Keuchel versus Scherzer. He's drilled foul. Watch out with that popcorn down there.
I'm not sure that's popcorn.
What is it?
I think we had an explosion of the Bank of America sign there.
Yeah, they broke into the Bank of America. Kinsler did.
Clean up aisle 7. Clean up aisle 7.
Right through the front door of U.S. Trust. Curveball, and that's a strike. 0-2 to Kinsler. Kinsler's 2 for 2.
Yeah, we heard a little clean up aisle 7 there. That was good.
Kinsler's one of those leadoff guys who presents a lot of thump. 9 homers, 24 doubles, 2 triples. 1 and 2. And part of the culture Brad Ausmus wanted to bring to this Detroit Tiger team, and the general manager Dave Dombrowski wanted Kinsler to help with the base running and the athleticism of the team. Because they were known last year, maybe the year before too, Ash, as a plodding station-to-station base running team. Plenty of good hitters and outstanding arms on the mound, but if they could get a little more athletic, Brad thought and Dave thought, they could make more plays behind the pitchers. The pitchers could get more ground ball outs and make it easier for those tremendously talented hurlers to go deeper into games with fewer pitches.
A lot to be said there on that defensive side. If you're talking about stolen bases, you do think of the Tigers as being a plodding team. They're not so much this year, primarily because of the addition of Rajay Davis, who's stolen 21 bags. But it does afford Brad Ausmus and company a chance to exploit the running game.
And also he's emphasizing going first to third on singles, things like that.
But that is an upgrade in speed with Ian Kinsler. Austin Jackson runs well.
2 balls, 2 strikes. And even from time to time, people have taken note of Miguel Cabrera scoring from first on a double. And so even the big guys are picking up on this culture of trying to stretch the envelope a little bit, trying to make the other team make a good throw and a tag, or you advance another base.
Thank you.
Popped up. Castro and Dominguez. Dominguez will watch the catcher make the play. 2 down.
Great guests, hot topics, and no holds barred debate. Kevin Eschenfelder serves it up fresh every single night on Sports Talk Live. That's every weeknight at 5 p.m. only on Comcast Sportsnet.
Check him out again Monday at 5 o'clock. Now Torrey Hunter. Hunter lined to third. That started a double play, and then he struck out. He's a former center fielder. Ball 1.
And one of the game's great center fielders at that time.
Yes.
Barry Bonds recalls a catch that Torrey made in an all-star game. Two had kind of a love fest after it was over.
That was a good one. Fly ball out to right center field. Presley over for it with the grab to take Peacock through the 5th. 2-1 Detroit.
Astros face off against the Boston Red Sox in a 3-game series, July 11th through the 13th at Minute Maid Park. Don't miss Boston's only trip to Minute Maid Park this season. For tickets to the Red Sox series, call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com. Brownie, she said yes.
Yes, she did. Very, very pleasant sight up on El Grande. We had a marriage proposal accepted. In the AL East, the Blue Jays lead the Orioles by 2.5. The Yankees are 3 games back, with the Red Sox dropping to 8 back, and the Rays are in the cellar. They too might be selling somebody. L.J. Ho's the batter as the Astros come up in the home 5th inning, trailing Justin Verlander and Detroit 2-1. Took something off there and created that downward movement for strike 1.
Here's one of those adjustments, that leadoff slider. L.J. Ho's clearly was looking for a fastball that he could launch.
In the dirt, it's 1-1. Braves 4, Phillies 2, bottom of the 8th at Philadelphia. Freddie Freeman hit his 13th homer. Julio Teheran with a good start for Atlanta. 7 innings, 1 earned run. Kyle Kendrick is pitching for the Phillies.
Nice changeup.
Yes.
Seen a couple of sliders here and a changeup from Verlander. Not a fastball to be seen for Hose.
LJ putting on the number 0 when he returned to the club. First Astro player to wear 0. Fouled, and it's still 1-2. Well, John Singleton had taken his number 28.
You leave for a little while and they just come in and clean out your locker.
Yeah. The game does not stop for anyone, does it?
Nope. Nope, and the good kids just keep on coming along.
Curveball in. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. We see a mix here. Do you think Verlander is throwing fewer fastballs this year than he was in previous years?
Well, at the moment he is. I can't speak to the season or even a given ball game, but L.J. Hose is seeing everything but, and now he gets the fastball.
And lines it to right field for a single.
And Verlander's thinking, why did I finally cave in and throw one?
Well, he was pitching him backwards, and then L.J. was waiting for that heater.
Yeah, it's very seldom when a hitter doesn't at least allot for the possibility of the fastball. And that's why the other pitchers' pitches tend to be so good for the pitchers. If you look at first pitches around the major leagues, major league hitters hit for a very high figure on the first pitches.
See, that's only 32% fastballs tonight. Very low, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say for Justin Verlander, if you went back 3-4 years, that would be an extremely low figure.
Jonathan Villar grounded back to Verlander with 2 men on to end the 2nd inning.
But again, Verlander talked about adjustments that he's being forced to make. And I think this falls right in that category.
That was bunted foul. Castellanos and Cabrera coming in on it.
You know, there are only so many adjustments you can make in terms of delivery of the pitch. There's only 2 corners you can deal with, unless you want to call up and down as corners, which they can be. But you got to find a way to change your assortment when you lose the great fastball.
For first base, Jay Hose has not attempted a stolen base.
Miguel Cabrera trying to get right in that conversation had between first base coach and base runner.
Now the throw bounces. It gets away from Cabrera. Hose will go to second. Pat Listash will tell him to stop there on the error by Verlander.
This might have been catchable, but it's also one of those efforts by a pitcher trying to make the perfect throw, and the perfect throw will slip on by at times. Certainly catchable there. And if caught, it might have been reasonably close.
That's a the second Tiger error of the night. Avila drew one in the first inning. That allowed Altuve to score on his overthrow of third when Altuve took third on a wild pitch. Now this one, Verlander's fourth error of the year. And look back towards second on LJ. Jose Altuve is waiting to hit next. Verlander's ERA in June is 7.36. That's bunted toward third. Castellanos barehanding, throws to first to Kinsler in time. Close play. Villar gets the sacrifice. Hose advances to third. Well placed punt.
Yeah, that's that Jonathan Villar that we saw so much of last year. Nice play by the youngster Castellanos at third base. Villar, with his gift of speed, can lay down a bunt and make it very close on any given occasion. Even squaring as he did here.
That's his fourth sacrifice. Took a good play to get him, and the Astros' eighth sacrifice bunt of the year. Villar has half of them. That brings in the infield for Jose Altuve. Altuve is 1 for 2. Single to left, and he grounded back to the mound. Brad Ausmus pulls the infielders in tight with one out. George Springer's on deck. Altuve lines one over shortstop to tie this game at 2. He's going to go to second. Here's the throw from Jackson. It's offline. That's a hustling RBI double for Altuve.
Julia was talking about the ways that players can spend extra time studying and watching video and everything. I believe Jose Altuve watched the sequence from Justin Verlander and realized he's starting to come with sliders for a first pitch. Sat right there, drilled the slider just over the drawn-in shortstop. But that's the way I think you take advantage in terms of being the best you can be with every at-bat. And this guy has been that.
That's his 24th double. And the game's tied. Springer takes strike one. He was whiffed both times. Altuve picked up his 26th run batted in. Five hits for the Astros, 7 for the Tigers. Singleton's on deck.
I bet there are a number of pitchers who thought, you know, I can find a way to get this guy, talking about Altuve, and they come out of their ball game thinking, I was wrong. This guy's just simply better than maybe the swirling story now about Altuve may be.
In for a strike, 0-2. Well, he's done something that's only been done by 3 Astros previously before the All-Star break. And that is a combination of 100 hits or more and 30 steals or more before the All-Star break. Cesar Cedeno did that in '74. Michael Bourne in 2011. And Billy Hatcher did it in 1987. He was thinking about third base, it looked like, and Verlander stopped him. Turned back.
Very aggressive player. And his aggressiveness has not cost him this year.
Looks at one in the dirt. 1-2. He struck out on a 1-2 offering in the first and went to 0-2 and whiffed in the third inning. So he's gotten to 2 strikes quickly in each of his 3 at-bats tonight. Verlander's had 7 straight years of 200 innings or more. Trying to break that over 12 drought with men in scoring position. Chop slowly to shortstop. Suarez with the late throw. Infield hit for Springer. Altuve to third.
One of the great blessings that George Springer has, even when he's struggling at times, he can hit that little chopper in the infield, and he might as well eat it. You got no chance to get that speed.
Came flying out of the box. Now runners at first and third. One out for John Singleton. Time is called. Brad Ausmus walking to the mound.
What is one of the game's outstanding catchers for his years? Brad Ausmus, now in his first year managing, have to say to one of the game's great pitchers in his years, Justin Verlander. Is this more about defense in the infield and what we want to do? And I think it is based on what we're seeing there.
Maybe thinking about the possibility of a double steal, although Singleton at the plate, the number 3 hitter. That would be dismissed by some.
I think it also might include alignment defensively in the infield. How you can get the double play if it's presented to you on a ground ball, and at the same time cut down the run at the plate if that's presented. But none of that conversation was directed to Justin Verlander. That was about infield and what we're going to do in certain situations.
Third innings for Verlander. 80 pitches. First game back at Minute Maid Park for Brad Ausmus since he took over as Detroit Tigers manager. That's strike one.
95. Or did Brad just say, hey, are you still carrying that tank around with you? Reach back in there and get some more.
Brad is the 14th manager in Tigers history who also played for Detroit. Spent 18 years as a catcher in the big leagues. San Diego, Detroit twice, Houston twice, the Dodgers. 8 postseason appearances as a player, and shooting for his first one as a manager with a pretty good shot at getting it.
Reputations are hard to shake in any walk of life. In the game of baseball, maybe doubly so. And sometimes they're not real good, the reputations that are developed for guys. And sometimes you're labeled a utility player when you don't want to be. And sometimes you're labeled being really smart. And that's what Brad Ausmus got. And I think very deservedly so. He's landed that managerial job without going to the minor leagues.
Singleton strikes out.
86.
Strikeout number 7.
Inside the Lines is brought to you by Scotch Blue Painter's Take. Scotch Blue, see what you can do. Matt Dominguez is ranked in the top 10 of quite a few American League categories for players 24 and younger. Yeah, he's had some frustrating times for himself and for the fans, but this home run yesterday, a big one for Matt. Helping the ball club pick up a win, and he is hitting the long ball. That's been a big part of what he does. Solid defense at third, sometimes great defense, and that long ball ability. 11 on the year.
Throw goes over to first. Springer drawing some attention from Verlander. Dominguez has struck out and grounded out tonight. Big home run yesterday, helping that slugging percentage a little bit. 7th among players aged 24 and under. He got an 0-2 fastball yesterday. Springer took off. Now he goes back. And here comes Altuve. And Altuve is safe, and the Astros have the lead. And now Springer goes into second. They did not call time. It's 3-2 Houston as the Astros dash around the bases.
Alex Avila tried to snap down a tag, and obviously he didn't make contact. Even Avila came running after Altuve. Not sure if he'd gotten home plate, but look at the exploits here. That's an alert George Springer, but an even more alert Jose Altuve, and athleticism factors in. Look at this ability. He's gone, and it's going to take a quality slide there, reaching out to tap the plate. Good throw from Miguel Cabrera gets him, but that's the second time today that Altuve has scored when he's created a poor throw.
Swipe tag just missed him. Altuve in with a go-ahead run.
Speed creates mistakes. Not always, but a lot of times.
This was ball one to Dominguez. That's a bit of a mad dash home. It almost looked as if Springer was baiting the Tigers into doing what they did.
Yeah, I wonder. Jose Altuve, cat with more than 9 lives, maybe. Looked like he was going to be thrown out at third base back in the first inning. Wound up scoring on a poor throw from Avila. And now scores on the poor throw from Miguel Cabrera.
Altuve has just been making things happen on the bases with his leg work lately. That one's in the dirt. Getting that ruling on the I think they gave Altuve a stolen base. We're going to check on that.
I'm not sure how you give a stolen base when there's a pickoff attempt down at first to set things up.
Right. Well, they gave him one. His 32nd and second of the night. They may have been thinking it was sort of a delay double steal. How do you rule that? That's the real question.
Yeah, I wouldn't be inclined to call that a stolen base, but nobody would be inclined to put me in as a scorekeeper either.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, let's take a look. Springer breaks, and I don't know what that was all about, but Altuve doesn't go until there's a pickoff attempt at first base. And so, yeah, good for Jose if he picks up the stolen bases. I have no problem there, but I think that could get changed.
It's ruled a steal of home. Foul back.
Now, did they give Springer a steal of second?
We are checking that.
Because that would be just as justified if you want to go that direction,
right,
as Altuve getting home, in my assessment.
We're still checking. There was an announcement and we weren't able to hear it.
And in neither case would I justify it.
It's not easy being the official scorer.
No, it's not. And job I wouldn't want to touch.
No. 3 balls, 2 strikes now as Dominguez battles. Well, the Astros have been resourceful tonight. Verlander took a 2-1 lead here into the bottom of the 5th inning. Hose with a single, sacrifice bunt by VR. RBI double Altuve, who really hustled to stretch that. And then he went to third on the Springer infield hit and stole home. The second steal of the night and 32nd of the year. He's going to third now. Over fly ball, and Springer will round third, and then it'll be caught. Round number 3. But the Astros now have the lead. 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 error, 1 man left. Altuve with a steal at home to make it 3-2 Houston.
with a 3-2 lead over the Detroit Tigers, and it's time for Progressive Fan of the Game. I'm with the 4th-round pick for the Houston Astros, Daniel Mengden, who's from Texas A&M, a right-handed pitcher. And what a day for you. Not only did you just sign with the Houston Astros, but you're a Houston kid going to Westside High School. And you went to Texas A&M. How local could this get for you? How exciting is this?
Yeah, it can't get any better than this. You know, playing for the hometown team, it's always been a dream of mine. And now that it's come true, it's so real right now.
Been a fun day for you?
Yeah, it has been.
Well, as we sit here and watch, you watched Jose Altuve did what he did, but I know you were a big Houston Astros fan growing up. Cool to see Brad Ausmus over there on the other side.
Yeah, I do remember Brad Ausmus. You know, I was a catcher growing up. Some people may know that, may not. But I always looked up to Brad Ausmus. He's a great catcher and just a great person. I know the Astros community really, really loved him.
Well, what's next for you, Daniel? I know you were pitching through an injury. What's the plan for you?
I'm going to head to Kissimmee and do rehab there for as long as I need to. And then they told me I was going to be sent to Tri-City, New York.
Exciting stuff. Well, thanks for being our Progressive Fan of the Game. Good luck. I hope to see you soon. Brownie?
There's a shot, and Matt Dominguez picks it on a short hop and throws out Miguel Cabrera. But Daniel Mengden is being treated to a very good ball game tonight.
Oh, this is almost the same play that Matt Dominguez was challenged with earlier in the game. The other one got on by. This time he picks it, and life of a third baseman a bit. That's a very tough position to play. And that is a heck of a play by Matt.
That's one out for Brad Peacock. Now the infielders are shifting around for Victor Martinez. Martinez is 0 for 2. There's some bullpen action for Houston. Peacock delivers, and there's strike one. 75 pitches for Peacock. Cole Porter was asked before the game if there would be any restrictions on Brad because he had not pitched since the 15th, 12 days ago, and he said no. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count to Victor Martinez, former catcher, now DH. Another Venezuelan-born player. We have some outstanding Venezuelan-born players for both these teams in this series.
Got some of the top offensive performers between the two clubs. And we're talking about the whole American League now in this series. Top-notch pitching. A very fun, intriguing matchup.
Really is very good. Nice Friday night crowd to watch the opener of this series. Tomorrow it's a 3:10 start. Sunday it's 1:10. That's in. And it's 2-2 now.
Rare changeup from Brad Peacock.
Peacock is 2-1 in his home ballpark with an ERA of 5.12. In the air on the infield, John Singleton with the catch, 2 outs.
Help the Astros celebrate Orbit's birthday weekend, presented by Coca-Cola, Minute Maid, and Kroger. 10,000 fans will receive an Orbit antenna this Sunday when the Astros host the Tigers at 1:10 p.m. Visit Astros.com or call 1-877-9-ASTROS for your tickets.
Carlos Corporon modeling. That was Keuchel earlier. J.D. Martinez is 2 for 2. 2 singles to left. There's ball 1 to J.D. Patrick Beverly was to have been here tonight to say hello to Dallas Keuchel. He is here, we're told. And they went to the University of Arkansas together. So they're renewing their friendship this evening. 1 ball, 1 strike. Julia Morales might get a scoop. Interview Pat Bev. Maybe he'll tell us what the Rockets' plans are.
You think he knows?
No. Hall, Singleton coming over near the stands. Daryl Morey has been something else at acquiring major names down through the years. You know he has a plan. 1-2.
Well, I'm sure there are plans for their hopes, but then you have to have it work out on the other side. But possibilities are pretty intriguing.
They really are. For some big star power to be coming this way. He struck out. That's a 1-2-3-6. Then it's 7 straight for Peacock. That's his 3rd strikeout of the night. Houston leads it 3-2.
For the Tigers, Astros, Dynamo, Rockets, and more, we have all your sports news covered. Check out Sportsnet Central every night at 6:10 and midnight on Comcast Sportsnet. Speaking of Rockets, there's a Rocket in the house. Patrick Beverly, the point guard for the Houston Rockets, spending some time at a baseball game, and you just told me something really cool, that you were roommates with Dallas Keuchel. For real?
My guy. I'm here. I didn't know he wasn't pitching today, but I'm here. You know, he wanted me to come. I came, tried to show support. It's my first time at a baseball game ever, and I'm enjoying it a lot.
Oh, that's good stuff. You also told me this is your first baseball game ever. So, okay, you know Dallas very well. You didn't see him in college, obviously.
Actually, I seen him in college when they won the playoffs. He pitched pretty well there, but you know, I'm just ecstatic to see how far he's came. And they're talking about him being an all-star now. It's crazy.
How crazy is it that you guys ended up in the same town?
Unbelievable. That's how God works, though. But when I was in college, he worked hard, and I worked hard, and we're in the same city together.
Are you enjoying your first baseball game?
I am. Yeah, I'm excited.
What do you think?
I don't know. It's a lot going on, man. I'm trying to keep up with everything. A lot of people moving fast out there, but it's been fun. Have my friends with me, and definitely been fun.
Jose Altuve stealing home, things you don't see every day, right?
You don't see that every day, so I'm not familiar with baseball, but it's exciting to me.
Well, it is your off season. Are you in town? What's going on for you in the off season?
I've been here working out. Me and Dwight has been here working out, trying to see who we get, in free agency, and just trying to get better individually to help our team.
Paying close attention to the draft?
A little bit. One of my good friends, Nick Johnson, got drafted. I'm excited to see his development when he comes to the NBA.
All right, last question. You do not have your name on the back of your jersey. You're wearing Jose Altuve, which is just fine, but usually you guys get your own name.
I didn't throw the first pitch. I think next week I'm gonna throw the first pitch, and we're gonna have fun with that.
All right, you guys heard it here. He's gonna throw the first pitch next week and put Dallas Keuchel to shame, right?
That's my guy, man.
Thank you so much for the time. Enjoy the game, Browning.
Thanks, Julie. He might make a pitch for LeBron James too while he's at it. The foul ball back. So Castro was at 3-0 in the count, and he swung and fouled back the last two offering. Full count now with the Astros up 3-2. Jason leading it off in the home sixth. Will Porter let him roll with the bat. He has hit 2 fly balls to right.
the Astros need a little extra defense tonight, we know where to turn.
That's right. Maybe another steal. Pat Bev is good at steals. Of a different kind. And he should come back tomorrow and watch his former roommate pitch. Dallas Keuchel shoots for win number 9 tomorrow at 3:10 against Max Scherzer. He's already won 9. Keuchel has a 2.78 ERA, trying to make the American League All-Star team. It would be pretty hard to ignore a guy with 9 wins. That's a line drive. That's caught. 1 out.
I think it would be really difficult to ignore a guy that has pitched as effectively as Dallas Keuchel has this year. Wins or losses sometimes can be very deceiving, but Dallas Keuchel has been time in, time out, going to the mound, extremely effective. A little less so here recently.
It's an excellent point, Ash. So Castro has been denied 0 for 3 tonight, but he's hit a couple of balls hard. Jesus Guzman singled in the second. Guzman with the second inning hit and then a 4th inning strikeout. Alex Presley's on deck. That's strike 1. You're right in saying that the wins and losses are based on what the whole team does, and it's hard to control that. But Keuchel, with that ERA of 2.78, is very attractive. He's worked over 100 innings. Batting average against him 234. So he has a lot to offer as an all-star candidate. No balls, 2 strikes.
Well, if you just compare things, stack them up in the American League, Dallas Keuchel is 8th in the league in ERA, despite a couple of starts that haven't been as good as he would like. But he's 8th, and he's with some very good company.
1-2.
Masahiro Tanaka has just taken the league by storm.
Yeah. He's in.
Yeah, I think that might be a given. Felix Hernandez and Mark Burley. Yu Darvish probably gets there. Then it becomes a little bit tougher.
That's a swing and a strikeout. That's number 8.
But Justin Verlander has done something here this evening that I wasn't sure he still had the capability to do, and that was to reach back, get a little more out of the tank, and start to pick up the strikeouts in the process.
Alex Presley has a single and a strikeout tonight. Verlander struck out 8 in 7 innings last time out. Strike 1. LJ Ho's on deck. Going back to the 5th inning, Altuve stole home. Springer took second on that play, but he did not get a stolen base. That was a fielder's choice play. It's 1-1. So the Astros up against this team, the Detroit Tigers, flexing their muscles with all kinds of all-stars, are using some wit and some guile, their legs, forcing some mistakes, making some good throws to gun down Tigers on the bases. 2 balls and a strike.
That's been a quite intriguing game in that regard, with the double plays and the perfect throws by the outfield to second base to get a couple of outs. And then you factor in that, whatever you want to call it, Jose Altuve, the steal of home. I think that could get changed.
Kinsler on over to Cabrera. Makes it a 1-2-3-6 for Verlander. Houston leads at 3-2. by AT&T Uverse TV. Find out what's possible with AT&T. Call 1-800-PIC-ATT. Mobilizing your world. Good ball game tonight through 6 at Minute Maid Park in downtown Houston, Texas. 3-2 Houston. And the Astros have been out hit by the Tigers 7-6. Detroit has both errors, and the Tigers have left 3 while the Astros have stranded 4. We've got some hairstyling going on, and Brad Peacock is ready for the 7th. Nick Castellanos homered in the 4th inning. He's 1 for 2. Orbit's birthday weekend. What number birthday is this for Orbit, Ash?
He looks like he's left adolescence to me. I would put him in the prime of a mascot's life. Wherever that fits, I'm not sure.
He's kind of past the sleepover age. 1 ball and 1 strike. 22,386 the paid attendance.
You know what does happen when you live off of this planet? Do you age faster, slower? I'm not sure what.
No one can answer
that. He could be like 700.
Could be. Broken bat pop-up. Singleton has a shot and slides, but can't get there.
Nice effort by John. Gave himself a shot if this ball were to stay in play.
Down at that right wrist.
Quick glance to see where he was, and that's very important. And then that sliding effort. That's where you can run into problems. That slide into that wall that doesn't tend to give a whole lot.
Bottom part of the right wrist, it appears. Glove hand. It's high to right center field. Presley over. Springer's there. Springer. 1 out.
Don't know, Brownie, if you followed all this stuff with Johnny Manziel, big name people telling him what he needs to change to be successful. Well, Johnny says, I'm not changing anything for anybody.
Yeah.
How about that?
Okay. Well, it's kind of consistent with his persona, right?
Seems to be.
Austin Jackson fouled out and he walked. Presley's well over into right center on him. He's showing bunt and taking strike 1. Tigers like this idea of Jackson hitting in the number 7 spot. He's been tried at the leadoff spot in the lineup. Peacock with a curveball. Goes to a 1-1 count. 89 pitches for Brad in pursuit of win number 3 of this season. He opened the season in the Astros bullpen. This is his 11th start. Grounded foul.
How important are the decisions in spring training or coming out of spring training? Dallas Keuchel was almost not even in the rotation for Houston. Brad Peacock winds up being in the bullpen to start things, but has stepped into the starting rotation and is starting to secure an every 5th day slot for himself.
It's 2-2.
Come out of the spring, you feel like those decisions made by the skip and everybody else that gets involved are the biggest decisions that are going to be made all year. And really, it may come in a week or a month later for a lot of guys.
In the air, and Singleton. His way to Altuve. 2 outs.
Help kids in the community by donating new or used equipment at Minute Maid Park this Sunday when the Astros host these Tigers at 1:10. Equipment will be collected at right field, south home plate, atrium, and clock tower entrance gates.
Now, Bo Porter is out to make a pitching change. The lefty hitting Alex Avila coming up next. That's all he will ask of Brad Peacock. And this was a great return to the rotation after missing a start, after losing all that weight when he was sick. Brad Peacock leaves with a 3-2 lead, 2 outs, nobody on in the 7th inning. We'll be right back.
History is brought to you by MD Anderson, making cancer history. And this moment in history, David Clyde, you remember him, 1973, it was June. Fresh out of Houston's Westchester High School, David Clyde made his major league debut for the Texas Rangers after being the #1 pick of that draft. And he would go on to finish his record, a very disappointing 18-33. But a guy who had great talent and seemed to have charisma when he first hit the big leagues.
Former Detroit Tiger Darren Downs comes into this game. 3-2 Houston. Brad Peacock with a marvelous effort tonight. Went 6 2/3, allowing 7 hits, 2 runs. 1 of them earned, walking 2, fanning 3. Last time out, he faced David Price here and came out after 4 innings. This time against another former Cy Young Award winner, Justin Verlander, who's done exceptionally well against this hard-hitting Tiger team. Darren Downs 1-1 with a 2.50 ERA. Alex Avila's the batter. He singled in a run and he popped short. And strike one. These 2 Astros bullpen lefties, Downs and Tony Sipp, have really suppressed batting averages by left-handed hitters who have faced them. They've both done a terrific job against lefties. Darren threw 2/3 of an inning Wednesday night against Atlanta, and a balk was called against him. A run scored in that inning. He just kind of leaned toward home plate. Bob Davidson called a balk. Ground ball, and the shift is on. VR's over to his left with the throw to Singleton. And that ends the top of the 7th inning. Tigers retired in order, 3-2 Houston.
To the bottom of the 7th, and as promised earlier in the game, we have the AT&T fan photo of the game today. Let's see who it is. It's going to be Ryan Turner tweeting to pick up Tracy cheering on the Astros. Great stuff there. Tweet your photos to CSNH fan photo for a chance to be shown in an upcoming game broadcast brought to you by AT&T. Brownie.
Where is Ryan Turner in that photo, Julia? Is he in the truck, the production truck?
That would be the studios.
Studios,
That's good stuff right there.
Very good, Ryan Turner. 7th inning stretch. We were throwing some peanuts out, Julia, you know the way we do. And at the very end, the last bag of peanuts went to Terry Poole. We saw him in the crowd right below us. Chad Smith making his 3rd appearance. Made his debut on Sunday. Coming up from AA Erie and AAA Toledo. 17th round pick by the Tigers in 2011. 24 years old from Thousand Oaks, California. He went to Southern Cal. And now he is going to face the Astros in the bottom of the 7th inning. There's Terry Poole.
I'll bet you when you threw those peanuts to Terry, you threw him way away from him, and he made a running dash and came up with a great catch.
You know, for many, many years, he had the best fielding percentage for an outfielder in Major League history. Wow, long time. Strike 1 to L.J. Hose.
I'll tell you what, he could go get him. He could really run.
L.J. singled and came around to score in the 5th inning. He scored the tying run on a double by Jose Altuve. And Altuve stole home to give the Astros the lead. 0-2 so for Justin Verlander. 6 innings of work tonight. They allowed the Astros 6 hits, 3 runs. He had 1 walk and struck out 8.
Just a reminder, as we said earlier, this bullpen of the Tigers ranked dead last in the American League. So maybe time to jump on them a bit.
Smith pitched in a game at Texas 3 days ago. Gave up a run in 1 inning. It's 2-2. Last year, Smith was at West Michigan, and that was Class A baseball. He was 5-4 there with a 2.13 ERA and struck out 73 in 72 innings. Missing there, it's 3-2. It's kind of an interesting spot selected to bring him in. A 1-run ball game on the road. But as you said, the Tiger bullpen has been scuffling. Brad Ausmus probably wants to see exactly what he has. See if a young man like Chad Smith can acquit himself well in a close ball game. High chop to shortstop. Suarez with the throw. 1 out. Now it's Jonathan Villar. Villar put down a sac bunt. And he got L.J. Hose from 2nd to 3rd base. That proved to be important because then Altuve followed with an RBI double. The Astros got another run when Jose stole home. Villar had grounded out to the pitcher with 2 men on in the 2nd inning. The Astros coming into this game were 3 for their last 38 with runners in scoring position. That's strike 1. Tigers closer is veteran Joe Nathan. They have Al Albuquerque and Jabba Chamberlain also from the right side along with Smith in their bullpen. And they have 3 lefties. 0-2. By the way, Jabba Chamberlain has been bringing out the lineup card before the game every day. 4.75 ERA for the Tigers pen. Gene Lamont had been bringing it out, but they were losing. And Chamberlain asked him one day, well, could I bring that out? And he said, well, wait, let me do it today. We'll see how the game goes. And they lost. So then Chamberlain started bringing it out. And they won 7 in a row with Chamberlain delivering the lineup card to home plate.
Yeah, but the thing about baseball is you don't have anybody who's superstitious, so that really wouldn't mean anything, would it?
You'll never see that in baseball.
By the way, you were talking about the Astros bats, how cold they've been the last 12 games. 3-9 the club is in those 12 games. And the batting average by the team collectively 193 in that span, on base of 270, and slugging at 304. And yeah, the game is a lot about pitching, but it's equally about your offense and the runs you're putting on the board.
Broken bat. That one goes toward the Tiger dugout. Then carries on down the left field line.
So if somebody says the game is 90% pitching, then what I'm saying is the other 90% is the offense.
Scherzer will be on the mound tomorrow. What does that mean?
I have no idea, but I don't think I can do it. In fact, with these fingers, I know there's no chance on earth.
He went to Missouri, you know.
Yeah, he's got the look.
Jose Altuve's on deck. Now, the R's work the count full. Chad Smith tries to get out number 2 of the inning. Orlando retired the last 5 men he faced. Ground ball to second. Kinsler. And over to Cabrera. 2 outs for Smith. And Altuve will bat. Altuve is 2 for 3 tonight, and he has scored 2 runs in his return to the leadoff spot. Dexter Fowler out of the lineup. Altuve came into this game hitting .385 in the month of June. He's been the toughest to strike out in the American League this year. He's been working his magic tonight. First inning single, stole second, third on a wild pitch, continued home on the throwing error by Avila. And a 5th inning double, third on an infield hit, stole home.
And that was not one of his better swings.
No, it was not. He looked totally fooled.
You want to see the worst swing Jose Altuve's taken all year? That's it.
That might be. Barrel of his bat has spent a lot of time meeting baseballs this season. Brown's having a foul. Pat Listash got his right hand on it. It's 0-2. Rookie of the year, Pat Listash.
I think he just heard you right there.
Yeah.
Oh, shucks. Come on.
It's chopped slowly. Might be an infield hit. Castellanos bare hands, and Altuve gets his 3rd hit. That's his 16th infield hit of the year.
You know, I said that about Springer earlier in the game. It's nice when you have that blessing of speed and you can beat plays out. And Springer beat his out rather handily. I expected this to be semi-close at first base. Instead, Altuve is on by the back. He hits that little, what winds up being the 3-hopper to third base, and he just, in the slowdown mood that parachutes out as he's gone by first base. You cannot get this guy going down the line.
His legs have been churning all night.
3 more hits. He makes it look so easy.
Don't be surprised if he takes off. George Springer, the batter, he's 1 for 3. Tigers wouldn't be surprised. They're expecting something. 13th 3-hit game, tied for the major league lead with Troy Tulowitzki of the Rockies.
Can you steal for the cycle?
Yeah.
Because Jose needs third base if he's going to get one today.
Yeah. Haven't even heard of that. That's an interesting thought, Ash. Well, some people would say you can't steal first.
Well, I think Jose just may have done that, but so little laughter going on there. Miguel Cabrera is probably saying, "Can I get some of that?"
You know, these two guys spend a lot of time together during the offseason in Maracay, Venezuela. They both live there.
Apparently it's working.
Yep. And Jose says they just like to hang out together. Now, you don't suppose that he would not think about stealing second so he could stay and converse with Miguel a little bit longer?
I don't think that's even in his thought process. I mean, it's a nice conversation and all, but I've got business to attend to. 340 that batting average for Altuve.
Jose was moving back toward first that time when Smith delivered the pitch. It's 2-0.
You know, and I don't think Rajai Davis is going to get much of a shot here the way J.D. Martinez is now playing left field for the Tigers. Rajai Davis was the guy that I considered the legitimate pursuer in terms of stolen bases.
Good point. In for a strike. It's 2-1 to Springer.
Well, George Springer might like to have that one back. Got a 2-0 fastball. And that may have found the heart of the plate too.
Singleton's on deck. Throw goes over first. Reds and Giants are underway. No score, middle of the third inning in San Francisco. Cueto and Madison Bumgarner. Cueto has a no-hitter through 2.
What about Tim Lincecum coming up with another no-no?
Boy, it's amazing. Twice against the same team in his career. 3 balls and a strike to Springer. Diamondbacks and Padres scoreless. They're at the top of the third inning. Brandon McCarthy has a no-hitter through 2 against Tyson Ross. We're kind of thinking no-hitters this year, the way they've been happening.
The Dodgers have gotten their pair. Altuve run on a 3-1, or is it about Springer getting a big swing?
I don't think he'll run this time. Let Springer swing the bat.
You're not supposed to have that much fun playing baseball, are you?
Oh, yeah. He's always got a smile on his face.
Best way to play the game, no question.
Big cut. Foul tip, and it's 3-2. And now we go automatically. Tomorrow, the Astros players and coaches will meet with children and families of the Sunshine Kids, a nonprofit organization near and dear to Craig Biggio's heart, dedicated to providing emotional support and positive group activities for children with cancer.
I was just going to ask you, is Bidge still strongly involved with them?
Yes, he is. They'll have a meet and greet in the Astros press conference room tomorrow after batting practice. It's one of 2 for the Sunshine Kids out here this season. Altuve goes, and that is ball 4. It was appealed at first base, and the call was verified by Gary Cederstrom. Springer takes a walk.
May I just say, huge applause for Craig Biggio and his great support of the folks with the Sunshine.
Yeah,
Sunshine Kids. Yes, I almost said Sunshine Company, and I don't think that band needs any support from Bidge.
Well, he's been there for him for what, 20 years or so?
Yep,
at least. Brad Ausmus moves along to a lefty in the bullpen with John Singleton coming up next. We'll tell you all about this lefty with a score 3-2 Houston right after this.
Bottom of the 7th. George Springer is on first base, and even though he hasn't hit a Springer dinger so far tonight, he definitely hit one yesterday, and he's hit plenty of them this year. He's had 15 home runs. So we decided to ask you all on Twitter, what makes a Springer dinger so exciting? Mag7S Rock tweets, most intriguing thing about Springer dingers, in my opinion, are that they seem to always go very far or in a rush to leave the ballpark. MadPlanet69 tweets, Springer dingers are exciting because A, they go very far, and B, they rhyme. So some humor there. Good stuff. Thank you very much for tweeting me at Ho-Chen CSN. Guys, over to you.
Thank you, Howard. And there's ball one from Pat McCoy, the lefty who just came in to face John Singleton. Another of the rookie southpaws in the bullpen for Brad Ausmus, making his second appearance. He made his debut Sunday, coming in as a minor league free agent in November 2013. 10th round pick of Washington in 07. Pitched at Syracuse and Harrisburg last year. And Brad is very prepared, of course. He always was when he caught for 10 seasons with the Astros. So he's well aware that John Singleton has a better batting average against lefties than against righties. .333, 2 homers, 8 runs batted in against southpaws. That's for 24 at-bats. And he has a .708 slugging percentage against lefties.
Generally rare for a power hitting left-hander.
That's in the air, and the shortstop Suarez is there. Kinsler also, and Suarez has it. So it's no runs for Houston in the 7th. 1 hit, 2 men left, 3-2 Astros. Incoming, the Astros continue to see how they measure up. Miggy, Victor, and the Detroit Tigers tomorrow afternoon. Pregame live starts at 2:30 only on Comcast Sportsnet.
And now let's take a look at the pitching matchup for our next game, brought to you by Chevron. Care for your car. It'll be Max Scherzer, reigning Cy Young Award winner in the American League. He's 9-3 and a .371 earning. He'll go against Dallas Keuchel. Much better, almost a run better in the ERA department. And 8-5 on the year for Dallas, trying to get things straightened out. Last couple of starts, not exactly Keuchel-like.
Former Detroit Tiger Jose Veras has come in now for the 8th inning. He just joined the Astros, got the final out of the game yesterday as he joined the club from Oklahoma City after a couple of outings there. Getting back up to game speed in Major League Baseball after being released by the Chicago Cubs and signed by the Astros, who last year traded Veras to Detroit right before the trade deadline. And he picked up where he left off last year by getting that final out, striking out Justin Upton to record the 27th out and a 6-1 Houston win. Now coming in as the 8th inning guy. He replaced Kyle Farnsworth on the roster. And Veras now faces Eugenio Suarez, who's 1 for 2, a single to left field. So it's a comfortable fit for Veras, who did well here last year. As the Astros closer. There's ball 1.
A lot of times last year, even with the success Veras had, had the tendency of falling behind on hitters and had to work his way back and was able to do so.
It's 2-0. Chad Qualls remains the Houston closer for Bo Porter. He was asked that question before yesterday's game when Veras had arrived. Now it's 3-0 on Suarez. Veras has pitched 13 times this year with an ERA of 7.90 with the Cubs, and then that one game with the Astros. He's in the zone there, and it's a 3-ball, 1-strike count with Kinsler and Hunter to follow.
In his 13 1/3 innings with the Cubbies this year, 11 walks, and that's led to a WHIP 1.7 plus. So a lot of base runners on. Walks a key issue.
That's on the edge for a strike, and it's a full count. Last year with the Astros, Veras had 19 saves and 22 opportunities, along with a 2.93 ERA. Traded July 29th for outfielder Danry Vasquez and another player. Fly ball, and Singleton tracks it over into foul territory. And it drops as he might have heard Springer behind him. And he seemed to shy away, and it dropped between them. And it's an error on Singleton.
Now it looks as Singleton goes back like he's calling for it with the arms. I don't know if he's verbalizing anything, but arms are indicating I've got it, and at the very last instant backing off. It looked like Springer might have been hollering, but if you're not going to take it, don't say anything.
Now Suarez stays alive at 3-2. And puts this one in play. Maybe. No, not in play. About 2 rows back.
What at the last instant you get a kind of a peek on this effort on the first pop fly that maybe Springer hollers, and this might be another angle, but could have been Springer saying, "You got it, you got it." But whatever it was that John Singleton heard was something other.
Suarez keeps getting new life. And he winds up with a walk.
It's a costly miscue.
Third walk of the night for Astros pitching. It's Houston 3. It's Detroit 2. Astros and Tigers playing game 1 of a 3-game series. Houston got a first inning run scored by Jose Altuve. Bill Brown, Alan Ashby, Julia Morales, and Howard Chen with you tonight. Hope you're enjoying the evening. And it's been back and forth. The Tigers tied it with a second inning unearned run. And then they got a homer from Castellanos in the 4th inning to make it 2-1. The Astros grabbed the lead with 2 in the 5th rather. And Altuve stole home for the go-ahead run. Now Kinsler, he's 2 for 3. And he ducks out of the way of that breaking ball. It's ball 1. Astros have been kind of piecing together the 8th inning. Now Veras has a chance to be that guy who gets most of those opportunities if things go well. In the air, and Singleton is underneath it. 1 out. Torrey Hunter will follow. Just wondering on that pop-up that dropped on the other side of Singleton between him and Springer. Maybe he heard some footsteps on that warning track from Springer, but that still wouldn't be a reason to shy away, right?
No, it really wouldn't. And I thought I caught a glimpse of Springer coming into the picture on one of the views we had, possibly hollering something. And again, if you're not going to take it as an outfielder, just keep your mouth shut.
Torrey Hunter is 0 for 3. Ricocheted off Castro, strike one on the foul ball.
Jason just got flat beat up on the recent road trip.
Yeah.
I'll wake you up.
He really did. They gave him a day off, then there was a scheduled day off, so he could recover. One of those balls in Tampa Bay was fouled off his leg when he was catching. Torrey Hunter's not too far from home. He was born in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. His son is quite a football player. I think he's in Notre Dame now.
We're going to get one more peek at that pop fly. Watch Springer come in hollering, and you could see it there. And that gets interpreted by the infielder, who stays on the ball until he hears an outfielder holler him off. And that may be exactly what Singleton was doing on that pop fly. Thought he heard from the outfielder and got out of the way.
Off the plate. It's 2-1 to Torrey Hunter, who turned down a scholarship to play quarterback. Arkansas. Well, he started piling up years for the Twins, and they were solid. 20 homers, near 100 runs batted in, several of those seasons. Gold Glove every year. Then he moved on to the Angels. Last year he drove in 84 for the Tigers, hitting .304. Safe at first base on that throw. Looking over at Dave Clark, the third base coach. That's a foul ball. 2-2 to Torrey Hunter.
Bo Porter has Tony's sip loosening.
There was a trade today among a couple of teams trading relievers, right? Ash Friar traded by the Angels.
Right. That young, great arm for the Angels gets traded to the Pittsburgh Pirates for Jason Grilli, who had a great 2013 campaign. Not so great here in 2014. And a much older pitcher. So feels like the Pirates really won out, unless all the Angels wanted was some help that they weren't getting this year.
Now it's 3-2. The Angels have been very strong recently. They have pushed their way toward the top in the AL West, although Oakland is terrific at 48-30. But the Angels are 3.5 games back. They're 44-33. And Mike Trout has hit a 489-foot home run for them tonight in Kansas City. His 18th. Chris Crone hit a couple to give him 8. But the Royals lead at 8-6 as the Angels bat in the ninth. Throw to first base and the runner's back.
That says that Trout hit one really good. If anybody has hit one any better than George Springer did in Tampa when he hit that, was it the D ring?
The D ring, yeah.
Which he got credit for, I think, 438 feet on it. It was every bit of that and then another 200. Just a bit, but not a whole lot.
3-2 pitches foul back. And Hunter stays alive.
This is very much like we saw from Veras on a number of occasions last year. Walk to the leadoff man and then kind of struggle, and eventually he'd get it done. Of course, he didn't get any help on that pop fly that dropped, eventually walking Suarez.
Time called by Torrey Hunter. Brewers lead the Rockies 2-1 at the end of 8 in Milwaukee. And Ausmus was talking about seeing a few friends while he's in town here. He said he knows Craig Biggio is not in town. Craig is out of town. His son Kevin playing some games this summer. He wanted to watch that. But he'll see a few people. But he talked about all the people who are not here from his days with the Astros. Bouncer, and Dominguez looks at second, takes the out at first. 2 outs, Suarez to second base, and Cabrera comes up.
Now there's some speculation that maybe the left-hander Tony Sipp is loosening because of Miguel Cabrera's inefficiency against lefties this year. And it would be true statistically that that would bear out. 232 against the lefties while hitting 355 against right-handers. So if Bull Porter wants to do the usual, this one really doesn't suit it, and he's going to be stuck doing the usual lefty or righty versus righty, because Brent Strom coming out here not taking the pitcher out means that Veras must face Cabrera.
Cabrera has walked, he's bounced into a double play, and he's grounded out and hit a bullet, and Matt Dominguez scooped it up in the short hop to his left and threw him out.
Yeah, statistically, you absolutely should bring in the left-hander to face Miguel Cabrera right here. Now, I don't know through the years how it's borne out for Cabrera, but right now he's destroying right-hand pitching.
Cabrera, 321 lifetime batting average, the best among all active players, has been fiercely productive with men in scoring position this year.
Now, if you go lifetime, the numbers are pretty darn close, lefty versus righty, but still better against right-handers.
0 for 4, Cabrera versus Veras with 3 punch-outs, and there's strike one. Cabrera's hitting 392 in men scoring position.
Brent Strom, what did he have? Do you want Miggy? Okay, then go get him. Now, the question certainly could have led to, do you want to pitch around him? Do you want to put him on? But then there's Victor Martinez.
That's the problem. Outside for a ball, 1-1 to Cabrera.
95 on the heat from Veras, so he's still got a big-time arm.
Cabrera was second in runs batted in last year with 137. Last year he hit 400 with runners in scoring position.
He's such a great right field hitter and back up the middle. And I think he focuses even more in these scenarios on doing that.
2-1.
What it does, it enables him to see the ball longer. And just has a tremendous, maybe even at times uncanny ability to drive the ball to the opposite field.
He had a 4-hit game against the Astros at Detroit May 6th, including a homer and 4 runs batted in. Hit 2 home runs in that series. Drove in 6. Won the Triple Crown in 2012. Ball 3-1.
You know what Miguel Cabrera has done over his great career? Talking career with runners in scoring position.
No.
A 338 mark. A 433 on base percentage. And I might get that because a lot of people are going to pitch around him and eventually walk him. But 338 with runners in scoring position on his career.
The breaking pitch for strike 2. 3-2 now.
That's the way you have to pitch him right here. You have to pitch him like you're not afraid to walk him. It's right down the heart.
Well, Porter knows that he's going to be seeing a very important pitch from Veras coming out. Fans have been in this ball game tonight. Broken bat, a one-hopper to VR. VR low throw, and he's safe, and the run will try to score, and he will score. So Cabrera, on the throwing error by VR, is able to make contact, and Suarez comes home. 3-3.
Well, obviously a charmed inning for the Tigers. Not so charmed for Bo Porter and company. VR does everything he's supposed to do. He backs up to make the play, takes his time, sets his feet, but then makes a poor throw.
12th error, and then as the ball was loose, Suarez had already come around third and come to the plate. Singleton unable to scoop it. But Suarez reached after an error when Singleton didn't catch his pop-up, and then he walked. And then he scores on an error. 2 errors this inning for the Astros, and Cabrera's at first for Victor Martinez, is 0 for 3. That is strike one. The run is unearned. Any more runs that might score will be unearned in the inning.
Now, Victor Martinez, another guy that's been destroying right-hand pitching.
What could have been win number 3 for Brad Peacock now is a no decision for Brad.
There's your numbers. Against right-handers, a 400 mark. Pretty good against the lefties too, but he's Ted Williams against right-hand pitching.
1 ball, 1 strike. Last year, Victor hit .361 in the second half of the season.
This guy's 35 now, showing no signs of slowing down.
Right, he sat out 2012 after left knee surgery on the ACL. VR over to Singleton. 1 run scores on no hits with 2 errors and 1 man left. It's tied 3-3 in the 8th.
the 8th, and come out to Minute Maid Park to celebrate Orbit's birthday weekend, presented by Coca-Cola, Minute Maid, and Kroger. Your Astros take on the Tigers tomorrow at 3:10, and 10,000 fans will receive an Orbit rainbow jersey. Visit Astros.com or call 1-877-9-ASTROS. Guys.
Thanks, Julia. We have Jabba Chamberlain warming up now for the Tigers. They tied the game with an unearned run in the top of the 8th inning, 3-3. Chamberlain, the former Yankee, comes in to face Dominguez, Castro, and Guzman in the bottom of the 8th. He's 1-3. His ERA is 2.76. He normally is the 8th inning setup man for Detroit.
That bullpen again that's dead last in the league in ERA. And now the Chamberlain hasn't been bad at all.
2 nights ago, his most recent outing went well at Texas. 1 inning, no runs. In fact, his last 5 outings have produced an ERA of 0. He leads all relievers in the American League in holds with 15. And that is involving pitchers who come in with a lead and protect the lead. That's not the case here in a tie game with Dominguez coming up. Dominguez is 0 for 3. Chamberlain went 12 outings in a row without giving up a run from May 14th through June 7th. He's been one of the standouts for Brad Ausmus in his bullpen. Chamberlain, 28 years old, born in Lincoln, Nebraska, and he was a Cornhusker, University of Nebraska. He got a hold against the Astros in Detroit May 7th in the Tigers' 3-2 win. Went 1 1/3 innings, gave up no hits, no runs. Dominguez has struck out, grounded out, and hit a fly ball to center. That's strike 1. McCoy in 1/3 of an inning allowed no hits, no runs, no walks, no strikeouts. Smith 2/3 of an inning, 1 hit, no runs. After Verlander started, he gave up 3 runs in 6 innings. Foul back. 0-2 to Matty D.
The guy surprisingly, Brownie, that's been dreadful in that bullpen for these Tigers is Joe Nathan, the closer.
He has, yeah. A rough year for Joe Nathan. He's had 5 blown saves. He's 16 for 21. That's foul and headed for the seats. Cabrera giving chase. Still 0-2. So Joe Nathan has an ERA of 6.28. He's allowed 46 base runners in 28 2/3 innings. Tigers are hoping that can turn around with his background. He has 357 saves, tops among all active pitchers. May be shopping for an arm or 2 in July. Dominguez strikes out. Strikeout number 9 of the night for Tiger pitching. Jason Castro's 0 for 3. Hit the ball pretty well in the 4th inning with that line drive caught by Torrey Hunter in right, and then he lined out to first base in the 6th. Dombrowski typically does not advertise his trade talks. And those around the Tigers say they really don't have much of a feel for what he might do. But he has made some blockbuster deals down through the years for Detroit, and they've almost all been very helpful. Castro works the count to 1 ball, 1 strike. Chamberlain was a starting pitcher, in fact, in 2009 for the Yankees. He made 31 starts, pitched 157 innings, but he walked 76 that year. Two balls and a strike. This role has suited him pretty well. Come in for 1 inning and throw hard. last year. He walked 26 in 42 innings. Now Castro has worked the count to 3-1. Tiger bullpen has won 9 and lost 9 with that 4.75 ERA. 21 saves in 27 opportunities for the relief corps. Castro on appeal checked his swing and worked a walk with 1 out. That's Barksdale made the call. What other deals can we look at? Here are some weird ones. 89, Tim Fortuno traded for a dozen baseballs. Dave Winfield was traded for dinner and a player to be named in 94.
A pound, 10 pounds of catfish.
How about in 05, John McDonald was traded for a player to be named later, who was John McDonald. Blue Moon Odom traded for a bag of bats.
2008, Blue Moon Odom? Was that in independent ball?
That wasn't Blue Moon Odom. You're right. 2008, he was long retired as a player by then. Different John. Jesus Guzman takes a strike. This all got started when we were talking about Oakland picking up the left-handed pitcher Brad Mills, who was at AAA for Milwaukee, and Oakland got him supposedly for $1.
They paid that much, huh?
Well, what happened was, we're reading today a little bit more. Well, how could this happen? Because Brad Mills at AAA for Milwaukee had an ERA of about 1.56, and so Milwaukee's not going to let him go for $1, right?
Well, you would think so. I've seen Brad Mills. He came up as a AAA pitcher with the Toronto Blue Jays. Very soft tosser.
Okay. Smashed to third. Castellanos to second. And then it's turned by Kinsler on a 5-4-3 double play, sending this game to the 9th. It's tied at 3. Presentation of Houston Astros baseball is brought to you by AT&T, mobilizing your world. It's a dandy game tonight inside Minute Maid Park. It's 3-3. Detroit and Houston moving to the 9th inning, and Chad Qualls has taken over for the Astros. Jose Veras in the 8th inning allowed no hits, 1 run, no earned runs, walk 1 with no strikeouts. Chad Qualls is 1-1. His ERA is 2.05. Nine saves and 11 opportunities coming in here to try to keep the Tigers at bay, facing J.D. Martinez, Castellanos, and Jackson. Give the Astros a shot at winning in the bottom of the 9th when they will have Presley, Hose, and Villar due to bat.
Saw quite a spread there for Chad Qualls between right-hand hitters and left.
J.D. Martinez has singled twice to left field in 3 trips. Qualls 35 years old, drafted by the Astros in the second round in 2000. Born in California, went to Nevada, Reno. Al Albuquerque is warming up for Detroit. There's strike one for Qualls. Of the 3 runs scored by the Tigers, only 1 has been earned tonight.
Those numbers of great disparity. The right-handers hitting 167, lefties 349.
In the air, and Presley's over in right center. That's 1 out. That's a tough break for Jose Veras. Suarez's pop fly dropped, and then he walked. So an error. Forced that plate appearance to continue. Drew a walk and then advanced to second, then scored on the error by VR. So 2 miscues in the inning, and then the earlier unearned run scored by Detroit was in the second inning. There was a pass ball allowing J.D. Martinez to take second, and he scored later on the Avila single. Castellanos homered in the 4th. He's 1 for 3. Strike 1 to him.
You know who also, and maybe in particular that tough break, hammers tonight is Brad Peacock, who is really good as a starting pitcher.
Right. He did an outstanding job tonight. It's 1 ball, 1 strike for Chad Qualls. Chad pitched only once in the 3-game series with the Braves. He came in the Tuesday night game in the 9th inning. Atlanta leading at 3-2. Got a couple of outs. 1-2. Pitched twice on the last road trip at Tampa Bay. Did not pitch in Washington. So he's not been getting a lot of work recently. Castellanos strikes out. 2 down. Pretty interesting here that Chad Qualls' former battery mate is now managing against him.
That is intriguing. I wonder how many times, and I imagine the number is fairly large, that's happened.
Yeah. Austin Jackson is 0 for 2 with a walk. That's strike 1. Well, of course, all the folks who cover baseball wanted to know about Brad Ausmus in his return to Minute Maid Park now, managing with Detroit. Did he point out where his home run went against the Atlanta Braves in the 05 playoffs? So he went out and took a look at it.
Was that the one just to the right of the yellow line by the Conoco pump out there?
Yes. That 404 sign, it was just to the left of that 404 sign. I think it was just to the left of that left Phillips 66 logo there. Bouncer out to second. Altuve over to first. That's a 1-2-3 night for Chad Qualls, and now the Astros will try to win it 3-3. Astros 3-3. Bottom of the ninth is coming, and we flash back to 2005. Final game of the division series, Astros and Braves. 2 outs, bottom of the ninth inning. Astros trailing by 1. Kyle Farnsworth with a pitch. Brad Ausmus rocketed one. That's a long drive to tie the game. Back off the wall. Ausmus home run sent it into extra innings, and the game went on and on and on. It was 18 innings. And the Astros won it and clinched that series.
So improbable and so timely for the club. That was just an amazing time.
Faces we had not seen for a while there. Willie Taveras, Charles Gibson. And now, as Brad Ausmus has brought in pitcher number 5, Al Albuquerque. His club is tied 3-3. Albuquerque, the veteran right-hander, just turned 28. He's 2-1 with a 3.10 ERA. Albuquerque at Texas 2 days ago. Got 1 out and left the game. Now here's Alex Presley. Presley is 1 for 3. L.J. Ho's on deck. Jonathan Villar due up third in the inning. Java Chamberlain had a hitless inning with a walk and a strikeout. There's a strike. So it's been scoreless relief for the Tigers. Smith, McCoy, Chamberlain. Now Albuquerque, and if it goes to the 10th inning, the Tigers will have their 8, 9, and 1 hitters due up. It's 0-2. Albuquerque was in 53 games last year, and he had big strikeout numbers. He spanned 70 and 49 innings. He pitched once against the Astros in the series in Detroit, 1 hitless inning. Inside to second base on 1 bounce. Kinsler over to first. 1 out. That's where the home run came.
That ball hitting just above the yellow line.
Yep.
No replay back then.
No.
They got it right.
Just barely cleared it. That's a blast.
Wow, I don't know how they got it right, but they did.
L.J. Hose is 1 for 3. He singled and rode home on the Altuve double in the 5th inning. The Astros have had only 1 hit since the 5th. There's strike 1.
That is a filthy looking splitter. These guys that we're watching tonight are the worst bullpen in the American League.
Yeah, it's kind of strange to look at those numbers and understand that that's been compiled by this group we're watching here, right?
Sure hasn't appeared that way.
Upstairs, and it's 2-1 to L.J. Hose. Albuquerque is, well, since 2011, he's ranked 3rd among all American League relievers. Strikeouts per 9 innings with 12.5 strikeouts per 9 innings. Bounces that one in. It's a 3-ball 1-strike count to L.J. Hose. Albuquerque got his first save of his career April 9th at Los Angeles. That is a strike, and it's a full count now. Albuquerque, born in San Pedro de Macorís, a tiny town in the Dominican that's produced so many major league players.
You're supposed to be a shortstop if you're from there.
That's true. Balls to left to third base, and Castellanos makes the play. 2 outs. Now it's Jonathan Villar. Villar's 0 for 2 with a sac bunt. Third baseman's in on the grass, Castellanos. Now they're repositioning him 3 steps more toward the line.
Wonder if VR has in his mind to try with one swing to make up for that costly throwing error.
It was costly.
I know I would.
Altuve's on deck. Oh, and 2. Jackson shading toward left center on VR. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Avila goes out. Rangers beat the Twins 5-4 in Texas to end their 8-game losing streak. Nick Kepish the winner over Kevin Correa. Adrian Beltre hit his 9th homer. Yeah, some of the folks who are following the Rangers say they might entertain trade talks for somebody like Beltre. Struck him out. We have extra innings tonight at Minute Maid Park. After 9, it's the Tigers 3, the Astros 3. Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. It's 3-3 after 9. We look back at the 8th inning when Detroit tied it. And there was a pop-up over Jonathan Singleton. And John seemed to be calling and backpedaling. And then he backed off. And the ball landed between him and George Springer, who was coming in on it. So the error was charged to Singleton, even though the ball was not touched. And Suarez, the batter, wound up walking. And then Cabrera was at the plate. Moved the ball to VR. And it seemed to be out. Number 3 was on the way, but it was a low throw. That allowed Suarez to score the unearned run to tie the game in the 8th. Tigers' pen has worked 3 shutout innings. Suarez scored on the error for an unearned run. Altuve with a big night, 3 for 4. Peacock with a fine ball game, allowing 1 earned run. Now we go to the 9th inning, to the 10th inning rather, and it's lefty Tony Sipp coming in.
So the lefty finally makes it to the hill for the Astros. And he'll come in and try to shut the Tigers down here. 1-0 on the year with that fine 1.80 ERA. Look at the whip, 0.65. Just not many base runners. Faced 20 hitters before he allowed a hit this year. 10 hits allowed in 20 innings and only 3 walks. So Tony Sipp has been highly effective out of the pen. When he joined the Astros in early May, after
being a free agent, he opted out of his AAA contract with the San Diego Padres organization. He pitched first of all in a Houston uniform here on May 2nd. That began a string of 20 consecutive batters. He retired. And his career with Houston has been a very fine portion of what he's done as a major leaguer. Alex Avila singled in the second inning run. He's 1 for 3. Avila looks at it, and it's ball 1. Chad Qualls had a 1-2-3 ninth with a strikeout. Sip is 30 years old. He's from Mississippi, Pascagoula. His grandmother was just here a few days ago. And like her, he grew up a Braves fan. She was rooting for him to do well and the Braves to do well. She seemed very conflicted when Julia interviewed her. 1 ball, 1 strike. The bullpen is busy with Joe Nathan, the closer, and there is Hardy, the left-hander.
It's got to be a challenge when you grow up a fan of one team and now your son is playing in the big leagues against that club. I think that might win out.
It's 2 balls and a strike. Well, Tony pitched a hitless inning yesterday as the Astros won it 6-1. He's been rough on lefties. They've hit .081 against him. 3 for 37 with a .290 OPS. Here to right field, Springer. 1 down in the 10th. Tigers are 3-3 in extra innings. The Astros are 2-3 in extra frames. Now Suarez will bat. Suarez singled in the 3rd. He drew that walk after the error on Singleton and scored the tying run in the 8th. The Astros had allowed 30 unearned runs all season in 80 games. And they've given up 2 tonight. Strike for Tony Sip. Suarez has played well with Detroit. Fly ball toward the right field seats in foul ground. Will go out of play. So he has his opportunity now to take over after the injury with the broken bones in the shins of the guy they got from Boston last year. It was a fine-looking young shortstop, and Detroit had to move on from that. Andrew Romine has played short part of the time. And there was a rumor that Tigers might have been interested in Stephen Drew when he was a free agent. He signed with Boston. Suarez strikes out. Apparently they were not, from what we're hearing. 2 down now.
I was told they really liked Andrew Romine and thought that he was the guy that was going to get the job done. And defensively, they felt he could. There was a question mark about his hitting. The hitting has been a question mark, or maybe it hasn't. Maybe he's just simply proven that he can't get enough done offensively, and the Tigers have started to move on.
Jose Iglesias was the guy, though, they really counted on. He's out for the season with that injury. Ian Kinsler is 2 for 4. He singled his first 2 times up. This ball 1. The Tigers unloaded quite a lot of payroll when they made that trade. Fielder going to Texas for Kinsler. Several more years. I think 3 more years remaining on Fielder's contract than remain on Kinsler's deal. They also shipped a fair amount of cash to Texas. Foul back. 1-1. Wally Joyner is the hitting coach for Detroit.
I had a chance to chat with Wally today a little bit, and Brad Ausmus and Gene Lamont, some of the coaching staff for the club. I need to get around to see Dave Clark.
Talk to Clarky a little bit.
What Dave have to say for you?
Oh, he really likes it there, and of course with Brad, I think that's a great atmosphere. Brad has delegated a lot of authority to his coaching staff. Good environment for baseball. Big crowds, high expectations. That's a swing, isn't it? Yes, on appeal. Barry Cedarstrom said it was, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, that bat clearly passes through the front part of the plate.
Tigers, though, have been on the downturn until this 7-game winning streak. They are 12-11 in the month of June. They were swept at home in a 3-game series by Toronto and also by Kansas City. That's a broken bat looper toward right field. Altuve will not get it. 2-out single by Kinsler, and that's his 3rd hit.
A couple of them fairly similar, these little dork bleeders to the right side, but they all count.
Shallow right field. And Kinsler has 8 stolen bases in 11 attempts. He's aboard for Torrey Hunter now. Hunter is 0 for 4. Altuve just couldn't get there. He was too far up the middle. The Tigers have played a lot better baseball on the road than at home. They swept Baltimore, Kansas City, and Boston all on the road.
Isn't that something with the great support they get in Detroit?
It is.
24-13 on the road, 19-19 at home.
Yeah. Brad Ausmus, of course, has been known all along throughout his playing career as somebody who was always prepared for a baseball game, and that has continued to be his hallmark as a skipper. I kind of wonder how things might evolve for Brad if he manages a long time, which would seem to be a possibility if he wants to.
Well, he's starting in the maybe the ideal circumstance where he's got a good club. Expectations are there, but if you fulfill those expectations, you probably get labeled, as we were talking earlier in the ball game, as a really good skip, and that can't be a bad thing for Brad.
Hunter fouls it. It's 2 balls and a strike. Well, certainly taking over this team, and from a guy like Jim Leyland, who had accomplished what he had accomplished in his career, and with where the Tigers have been in recent years, the bar was set very high for Brad. But who wouldn't want to take over this team?
So far, it would appear that Jim Leyland was much better in producing Cy Young Award winners. I mean, Jim Leyland had some kind of pitching going on.
There's a drive to left center field. L.J. Ho's back for the catch. And it's no runs, a hit, and a man left. In the top of the 10th, we go to the bottom half with the score: Detroit 3, Houston 3. Bob Miller line showing you the speed, the hustle of Jose Altuve. And he stole a base in the first inning and then took third on a wild pitch, and he scored on the error by the catcher Avila. The Astros got their first run of the night, led it 1-0. And then Springer back to first. Altuve stole home in the fifth inning as the Astros grabbed the lead. That put them up 3-2. And it's now 3-3. As pitcher number 6 comes in the game for Detroit. It'll be Altuve leading it off in the bottom of the 10th inning. And Blaine Hardy, the lefty called upon here by Brad Ausmus, is 27 years old from Seattle, Washington. And in his first major league season, he's making only his 6th appearance. He made his debut not too long ago, just June 16th. He had signed as a free agent in April 2013. 22nd round pick by the Royals in 08. Listed at 6'6", Blaine Hardy.
Pitched a couple of days ago at Texas. 1 inning and allowed a run in that game. This, the top of the order, would seem to be the golden opportunity for the Astros to put this thing away.
Altuve has hit lefties very well. There's ball 1. Al Albuquerque had a perfect inning in the 9th with a strikeout. Astros have had only an infield single by Altuve in the 7th. That's their only hit since the 5th inning. They've been out hit 8-7. That's in the dirt. 2 balls, no strikes. Ian Kroll was a lefty in that bullpen who's on the disabled list right now with a shoulder injury. But the Tigers still have 3 lefties. Seen McCoy, Hardy now, and they still have Phil Coe. That's a strike. 2-1 to Jose.
Altuve taking all the way. I would imagine he'll be taking no more now, but trying to find a way to get on board.
That's in, and it's 2-2 to Jose.
I don't think Jose was thinking about taking there. He just winds up getting a pitch he didn't think was a strike. 380 is his on-base percentage as we speak.
Grounded foul. Hardy was elevated from AAA Toledo, from the Toledo Mud Hens, one of the great minor league franchises.
Jamie Farr is thrilled.
Yeah. Well, he's the long man for the Tigers. Luke Bitconen has been out with an elbow injury. And that's what his role was when Detroit brought him up from the minors. George Springer's on deck. Ground ball, and that is the 4th hit of the night for Jose Altuve. This crowd has seen a show from Mr. Altuve tonight.
Yeah, now you've got the power bat of Springer at the plate and the speed of Altuve at first, that ability to steal bags. I would think that the running game could come into play here. It's just that nice, smooth stroke. He tends to hit them where they're not.
2 more steals for Altuve tonight, 32 for the year. He draws the throw. Springer has an infield hit and a walk. That mustache is flashing signs. The 4 hits for Altuve ties his career high in a game. That's strike 1. Altuve now has 111 hits. This is game number 81.
Imagine what it would feel like to be chasing Altuve in that category and batting average. Every night you look up and you think, what on earth? What's this guy doing?
Yeah. Springer looks at it. It's 1-1. Altuve is on a club record pace. Craig Biggio set the club record for hits with 210. Another throw goes over. Altuve has added 8 points to his batting average tonight, up to 342 now.
That's all you get for 4 hits?
Boy. Well, with that many at bats, that's the problem.
I'm kidding about it.
He has 325 at bats already. Springer looks at it. It's a strike. 1-2 now to George. Singleton on deck. Last walk-off homer was June 12th. Chris Carter against the Arizona Diamondbacks. 5 wins for the Astros in their final at bat of the game. Springer looks at it. It's 2-2. Close pitch.
Could have easily gotten rung up on this breaking ball. Took one on the previous pitch, got a call. He didn't like it, but this is awfully close. Breaking ball from the front of the plate. If it catches any part of the white, it's a strike.
Springer fouls it. Still 2-2. The Astros lost those first 3 games in that 4-game set in Detroit in early May. They won the finale on Getaway Day 6-2, and since then they're 24-22. They went into that game with a 10-24 record. Another throw to first.
Another short lead by Jose.
Yeah. Tampa Bay beat Baltimore 5-2 at Baltimore tonight. And a strikeout for out number 1. 11 strikeouts for Tiger pitching tonight.
Really not a great breaking ball. Curveball left up. You call it a hanger if a guy hits it, but really a late approach there by George.
John Singleton is 0 for 3 with a walk. Matt Dominguez on deck now. Foul ball, strike 1. Altuve takes off, but the ball is fouled, and Avila's down.
little excuse me foul ball, and for whatever reason those can really give catchers a tough time. Yeah. That catch a toe?
It looked like the inside of the left ankle.
Yeah. I used to get them on my big toes, and I, in fact, broke those toes a couple of times.
How long does it take that injury to heal?
Broken toe?
Yeah.
It's like any other bone. It's going to take, the doctors will tell you, 5 to 6 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks at very best. But, you know, you're trying to run, and not an easy injury to get through, but you just can't do anything in the meantime.
Are you trying to say a broken bone is debilitating?
It can be that way. No.
One ball with strike.
I think we need you to relate a story where you had a broken bone and
no.
And you went out and you blood and gutsed it out and
no. We don't need any else hits. Not talking about Fernandez either. 2 balls and a strike.
What's the guy's name from the Sports Illustrated story? Sid, the pitcher who
Sid Finch.
Yeah, Sid Finch. One of the great stories.
Total fabrication, right?
Yeah. He didn't throw 103. He threw 123.
It's in for a strike, and it's 2-2 to Singleton now.
Well, we haven't seen Jose Altuve in motion at all. It's letting the heart of the order guys have a chance to swing the bats.
Hardy didn't give up any runs in his first 4 major league outings. Then last time out at Texas, allowed 1 earned run in 1 inning. 2.68 ERA for Toledo. It's a smash. Cabrera steps on the bag, throws for the tag, and they get Altuve on the tag by Suarez. Brilliant play by Miguel Cabrera. A 3-6 double play to end the 10th inning. With no runs ahead, nobody left. We move on to the 11th inning, and it's tied at 3. Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. The aquarium in downtown Houston, and over on the other side of town, it's the Tigers 3, the Astros 3. Top of the 11th inning is coming for us right here on CSN Houston. And this is a long game, one of a 3-game series. Jake Buchanan will be pitcher number 6 for Bull Porter. Saturday he lost to the Rays in his debut as a starter, 4 1/3 innings, and he gave up 8 hits and 5 runs, walking 3. And he's a sinker ball pitcher. He was a little overamped for that game, so throwing maybe a couple of miles per hour faster than normal, but he was not getting the sinking action, and that really hurt him in that ball game.
Worked 4 1/3 in that game, allowing 8 hits, and got touched on. 5 earnings, now just his second major league outing, so he debuts as a bullpen man.
He came up to help out for that one start when Brad Peacock was missing a start. And then it wasn't known for sure whether he would stay with the club, but he stayed as a longman. And now in the 11th inning, the first man he faces as a major league reliever is Miguel Cabrera. Strike 1. Cabrera's over 3 with a walk.
You can go home and tell the story. I made Miggy look bad.
The problem is making him look bad on more than one pitch.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. One pitch, okay.
Out to left center field. L.J. Ho is over for the catch. 1 out for Jake Buchanan. Talked about that long home run Mike Trout hit for the Angels tonight. Let's take a look.
He's a strong young man, and he drives balls left center toward right field. Wow. That is back there, and that's a big yard to begin with.
Yeah, Kansas City over that hitting background. 18th home run for Mike Trout.
You guys in the infield are looking out there going, wow. Couldn't do that with a fungo from second base.
Victor Martinez is 0 for 4 tonight. He's hitting .329 right now. He's dropped 4 points. Jose Altuve has added 8 points. Well, more than that now. That was for his last hit. They were just a point apart in the batting race coming into this. Bouncer, but there's a fielder there. VR, 2 outs. See what's going on around Major League Baseball. Trout crushed a 489-footer. Abreu with 2 homers tonight. That gives him 25. Grilli traded to the Angels for Frieri. David Wright, MRI on the shoulder.
Left shoulder.
Okay.
Yep.
And a vote on a stadium lease for the Athletics is delayed.
Some of those who were supposed to vote didn't bother showing up.
Okay. That's never happened before. J.D. Martinez is 2 for 4. Rolls over on that one. Matt Dominguez comes in. Jake Buchanan has a 1-2-3 11th inning. Dominguez, Castro, and Guzman due up in the bottom half. It's tied at 3. That's the question. It's 3-3. We go to the bottom of the 11th inning here. In game one of a 3-game weekend series, Tigers and Astros tied. And the Astros come up with their 4, 5, and 6 hitters in the 11th. Matt Dominguez will bat first. He's 0 for 4. Settling in for the long haul. Both managers going with their long men.
Let's go, Brownie. It's time for a rally.
Well, you've had these 3 days off, right? So
don't put it on me.
You wanted extra innings when you came back. And you're getting your wish. Dominguez will try to get something started here, or maybe finish it. Maybe end it right here. Castro's on deck. Popped up. Kinsler underneath. Suarez comes over. Kinsler. 1 out.
That was a pitch to hit, and Matt Dominguez had the swing. Yeah, look at that. That's right there, and you can see Avila, the catcher, reaching back toward his left on that middle part of the plate. Matt Dominguez knew he got a pitch to handle.
Jason Castro is 0 for 3 with a walk. The line score for these two teams is identical, 3-8 and 2. Errors have had a lot to do with this game. This ball one. The Tigers have stranded 5. The Astros have left 6. Cubs beat the Nationals at Wrigley 7-2. It was not foggy there tonight.
No fog.
No.
I thought they always played in fog.
Well, they did last night. There was a lot of fog. Players couldn't even see the ball half the time. 2-0.
I've been involved in one of those. It was in Toronto back 77, 78, somewhere in there.
How'd that work out?
Not so well. The mighty home team had a lead.
Yeah.
And decided they wanted to continue to play. The fog came in so bad you actually couldn't see some of the outfielders. And somebody, I think it was Greg Nettles, hit a fly ball. Might have been even bases loaded. Wound up with a 3-run or grand slam home run that wound up winning this game. The Blue Jays were trying to fight through it, and they said they were game to play in the fog, and it didn't work out so well.
There's a deep drive to right field, and that ball will win it for Houston. Jason Castro. 4-3 Astros in the bottom of the 11th inning. Number 7 for Castro. And the Astros get their 6th win of the year in the final at-bat. Well, he hit a ball well in the 4th inning that was caught by the right fielder. He lined out to the first baseman in the 6th. This one went over Torrey Hunter's head into the right field seats.
Well, that's the way you do it, and that's a tough at-bat, lefty versus lefty. And yet another pitch to hit, and Jason Castro didn't miss this one. That's just putting the good swing on, knowing what you're trying to do in that scenario.
Second walk-off homer by an Astro this year. Chris Carter did it against Arizona. And this one sends the Houston fans, well, they'll go home after the fireworks, but there was a firework early from Jason Castro. The Astros win it 4-3 in the 11th.